Shalom, Mishpachah. This is another video from GoyaGroup.com. We constantly strive to come to an understanding with everyone who wishes to serve the Most High, Yahweh Elohim. Yahweh Elohim is the name of the Creator, commanded to keep for all time. If this concept is foreign or strange to you, please review our video, Who is Your Mighty One? Now, many of us understand who we are, and if not, please watch our video, 15 Questions About Who You Really Are. As everyone is gaining understanding of what it is we need to do in regards to keeping the festivals, the Shabbat, and just being obedient in general to Yahweh Elohim, we're going to try to focus now on understanding when these appointed times are. This video will attempt to explain what the true calendar is for Yisrael, which is Israel, and how to follow it. This is the second video in the series about obeying Yahweh Elohim. The first video was, should we observe the festivals? Since keeping the festivals are a part of obeying Torah of Elohim, which is the instructions of Elohim, and a command to keep forever, no matter where you are, throughout your generations, we told how to keep them or explain how to keep them with scripture in the first video. And the second video of the series is going to provide instruction on when to observe them. Now, there are many divisions in Israel, and one such divide is this calendar. We're not going into the other ones or even addressing them here. We're focusing on the Kodosh, or the set apart days, and how to calculate them. The calendar is such a deep and complex topic. We had to break this video up into 3 parts, ranging from about 35 to 40 minutes or so in length. This is the first part of the video called Understanding the Enochian Calendar, Part 1. Because before we can even go into how to use this calendar, the other calendars must be discredited. This goes for the Gregorian and the moon calendars people use today. Let us first examine this Goyim calendar currently in use today. The Gregorian calendar. This is the Gentile calendar that is the most widely used civil calendar internationally. It's named after Pope Gregory the 13th, who introduced it in October of 1582 CE. This calendar is not even 500 years old yet. It is a modification to the Julian calendar, which was the calendar in place before it that was proposed by Julius Caesar in 46 BCE, and was itself a modification of the Roman calendar. The original Republic Roman calendar. This thing consisted of 10 months, beginning in spring with March, which is like ours, is legit, and the winter was left as an unspecified period of time. It was just a whole dark period right there. They didn't even know what was going on. It was just a period of weeks that consisted of 8-day weeks. So it's not even in a 7-day cycle. And it ended by a religious ritual and a public market or bazaar or something. The winter periods were later used for the creation of the months of January and February. The Julian calendar went into effect on 1 January 45 BCE by law, and was the predominant calendar in the Roman Empire, most of Europe, and in the European settlements, and eventually extended to the Americas and beyond. It was continually refined and altered until it was gradually replaced by the Gregorian calendar in the 16th century CE. Both the Gregorian and its predecessor, the Julian, are 365-day calendars with an approximate 0.002% correction in length of the calendar year made by the Gregorian. This common year of 365 dividing into 12 months causes you to have to add a leap year. The reason the calendars had to be continually altered was due to the drift of the calendar with respect to the equinoxes and solstices, and specifically the northern vernal equinox, which was used to set the date for the Roman Easter festival. We have lost so much more than simply our culture and our heritage. We have also lost our connection to the deeper understandings of our surroundings, the environment, the wind, the sun, all these things. This diagram is a picture of the pattern of the suns. Notice that you see there's 4 points. Solstice, equinox, solstice, equinox. 2 equinoxes, 2 solstices. The solstice is the longest day, the longest portion of light you get. That's the summer one. On the other side of that, opposite, is the winter solstice. They're getting the longest point of night. Both equinoxes, the vernal, which is the spring one, and the autumnal, which is the autumn or fall one, are both equally apart, equal day, equal night. This sun, our sun, travels in a pattern that brings it higher in the sky to a peak at the summer solstice, then to its lowest point at the winter solstice. And there are two equinoxes in between each of the solstices. Let us refocus back on the Gregorian calendar here. As stated, this thing has to be adjusted from its 365-day cycle to a 366-day cycle every 4 years with leap year. This is where they add an extra day on February 29th. This is solely to correct this drift. Now, I know many people may wonder, what is this drift? As I wonder what the drift is, but you've all seen it and you've all noticed it. Take whatever day you celebrate your birthday on. In fact, let's go ahead and say your birthday falls on a Shabbat. Say you keep the weekly Sabbath every year on Saturday. You were born on the Sabbath, right? You were born on June 4th. That's an example for 2016. Let's go to 2017. Notice your birthday and the Shabbat has moved to Sunday. Then go to 2018. It's now in Monday. It is moving by one day. We will come back to this point in the last part of this video, but two things should be abundantly clear here. The first is that the Gregorian calendar, which evolved from the Roman calendar, cannot be the proper calendar to utilize for festival days or Shabbats or anything. The reason being is it and all its previous versions were created way after the festivals of the ancient Hebrew, who are the Hebrews. So when those days were ordained, the Romans and the other festivals and other calendars they use for their festivals weren't even thought of yet. The second point is that it isn't a perfect calendar, and the days change from year to year, which is confusion. And Yahuwah is not about any confusion. This calendar, as I stated, is a Roman model of time. This is a Western concept of time. So you cannot use it or apply it to Eastern cultures. The years, weeks, and months were not solemn or traditional times to the Romans. They lengthened or shortened their years at a whim. And their accounts of time were not established by the same precision as the ancient Israelites. In fact, Julius Caesar, after his victory over Pompey, used his position as Rome's chief pontiff to enact the calendar's reform in 46 BCE, as well as making the year of his third consulship last for 446 days. That's for 1 year. Therefore, this calendar and all of its versions cannot be observed for any festival or any days that require precision from year to year from the beginning of time. God willing, we have knocked down the Gregorian calendar as a viable option to keep the Hebraic measure of time and festivals so that we can move on to the other calendar in question. Many of Yisrael today and Jewish populations worldwide utilize and observe a lunar calendar. This calendar is even faultier than the Gregorian. First of all, it has to be corrected every 2 to 3 years with a leap month. This is a whole month as opposed to a single day that corrects the Gregorian. Because of the lunar calendar is a 354-day calendar. Some will use a lunar solar calendar like the Jews, which lunar months are brought into alignment with the solar year through some process of intercalation, which is typically an equinox or solstice, depending on the belief system of the user. So to stop their drift, they use a solstice or an equinox to anchor their year. The purely lunar calendar, such as the Islamic calendar, lack any intercalation at all. And this causes the lunar months to cycle through all the seasons of a Gregorian year over the course of a 33 lunar year cycle. So everybody's ear should be poked up right there. That should be a red flag for anybody who is in the study of truth, because we should all understand that 33 is a Kabbalistic number and can be found in many Masonic symbols as well as many other secret societies. This specific calendar was warned and prophesied about in Sefer Yobelim, or the Book of Jubilees, and it may be one of the reasons why this book was removed from canon. Book of Jubilees, chapter 6, verses 34 to 38. And all the children of Yisrael will forget and will not find the path of years, and will forget the new months and seasons and Shabbat, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth I declare it to you, and it is not of my own devising, for the book lies written before me, and on the heavenly tablets the division of days is ordained, unless they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles, Goyim, after their error and their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the seasons and comes in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day. And they will confound all the days of the Kadosh with the unclean, and the unclean day with the Kadosh, for they will go wrong as to the months and Shabbats and feasts and Yobelim. For this reason, I command and testify to you, that you may testify to them. For after your death, your children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason, they will go wrong as to the new months and seasons and Shabbatot and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. All calendars that are not 364 days only will cause error. The calendar given to Kanak consists of exactly 364 days, and the lunar and lunisolar calendars both have 354 days, which makes them end 10 days too soon. And they disturb all the other days and push them out of alignment. This text was written at least 2,000 years ago and testifies that for this reason, the changing of the year from a set 364 days, the calculations of all the festivals and Shabbatot will be lost. Some may question the validity of Sefer Kanak, or the Book of Enoch, or if it actually contradicts the Bible. But you have to ignore far too much scripture to believe that, as the scriptures not only teaches directly from the writing, it also directly quotes it. The 66-book canon, or the Christian Bible, supports Sefer Kanak without question. Let us first go to the beginning. Bereshit, or Genesis, chapter 6, verse 1. Now it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the Bnei Ha-Elohim, the sons of Elohim, saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves, all whom they choose. And Yahweh said, my Ruach, or my spirit, shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were Nephilim, which is H5303, or Hebrews 5303, on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when Bnei Ha-Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Those verses of the text inform us that men began to increase on the earth. And when daughters were born to the men, the sons of Elohim saw them, and they took wives of the men. This created the ancient mighty men of renown. Some translations use the word giants instead of Nephilim, which means fallen ones. The root word nephal means to fall, and is where nephil is derived. The root nephal is a verb that means to fall or lie, and is Hebrews or H5307. The word Nephilim is Hebrews H5303 and is often mistranslated as giants and is spelled almost as its root word with a slight addition. The word for giants in Hebrew is Rapha, Hebrews or H7947, as in Raphaim, and is different than Nephil. The word is Rephaim and is a proper name of a people, an old race of giants. Devarim, chapter 2 or chapter 3. Devarim, chapter 3, verse 11, chapter 2, verse 20 are the first witnesses to this. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants, or Rapha, 87947. Indeed, his bedstead was an iron bedstead. Is it not in Rabbah of the people of Ammon? 9 cubits is its length, and 4 cubits is its width, according to the standard cubit. 9 cubits equate to about 14 feet. He was a giant, and according to the scriptures, he was the only remnant of the great giants. When we sit up here and we look at this scale of man, this should give you some perspective. 12 to 18 feet is where Og Bashan lied. Compare that to an average 6-foot man, and you can see these were not mortal people. Verse 20 of chapter 2. That was also regarded as land of the giants, Rapha, H7947. Formerly dwelt there, but the Ammonites call them Zemzumin. These are more contemporary photos. As stated, 9 cubits are about 14 feet. This Anglo here on the left is no more than about 8 feet. He towers over this other guy. The right picture of the Asian or the Moabite, he stands about 7.5 feet. Neither of these men are as tall as Og Bashan by almost half. Shema'al Beit, or 2 Samuel, chapter 5, verse 18, is the second witness to this. The Philistines also went and deployed themselves in the valley of Rephaim. Same Strongs. Bimidbar, chapter 13, verse 32, or the book of Numbers, 13, verse 32. The land through which we have gone as spies is a land that devours its inhabitants. All the people whom we saw in it are men of great stature. Verse 33. There we saw the Nephil. Some translations have it as giants, but the word is H5303. The descendants of Anak came from the Nephil, and we were like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so were we in their sight. The Nephil, H5303, and Rapha, H7947, are 2 distinct races of pre-flood or antediluvian people that managed to still exist after the Great Deluge, or flood. Og Bashan was the last of the Rapha, and the Enochian were an example of the Nephil. Both of these were 2 distinct tribes existing in the time prior to the flood and also afterwards. This photo on the left is an example of a Paraka skull. Do any independent research and you will find there are many pieces in anthropology and archaeology that are not what you would classify as human. This is not some skull deformation. These are definitely non-human beings. The picture on the Shalom, shalom, mishpocha. Thank you for joining us for another video from GoyaGroup.com. We constantly strive to come to an understanding with everyone who wishes to serve the Most High Yah. Yahweh Elohim is the name of the Creator commanded to keep for all time. If this concept is foreign or strange to you, please review our video, Who is Your Mighty One? As I'm sure we are all aware of, there are many divisions among Yisrael, who are Israel. And one such divide is this calendar, or the reckoning of our Kodosh, which means set apart or dedicated days, and how to calculate them. This is the second video in the series about obeying Yahweh Elohim. The first video was, should we observe the festivals? The calendar is such a heated and complex topic that it took 3 parts for us to truly establish some scriptural facts. Therefore, this is the third part of the video called Understanding the Tanakh or Enochian Calendar, Part 3. The first part of this video was committed to discrediting the other calendars in use. The second part was about what actually constituted a day scripturally, including the start of a day. And this third part will be about how to use the calendar of Tanakh in modern times and find your Kodosh days using the parameters given by Yahweh Elohim and plotting it on a Gregorian calendar, or the calendar we currently use, a civil calendar. Before we begin, let's quickly recap some scripturally established facts. Number 1, the lunar, lunisolar, and Gregorian or Julian calendars have no connection to the land of Yisrael or with the Israelites, who are the Israelites. This includes their festivals and Kodosh, or set-apart days. Number 2, Sefer Tanakh, or the Book of Enoch, is an accepted writing of the ancient Hebrew, or the ancient Hebrews, that was used up to the 1st century by the Talmudim, or the taught ones, of Yahushua HaMashiach, the Messiah. They quoted it directly, and they taught from it. Number 3, the word day, or yom, means many things in Abrit, or Hebrew, and a singular day starts at sunset and ends at sunset. Number 4, Yahusha was delivered up, killed, and buried on Pesach, and then resurrected 3 days later. He was delivered up at night, and after the rooster crows, he was impaled. They were both sunset. 3 days later, you had a Shabbat, which was his resurrection. Now, with these facts established from the first 2 parts of this video, we can now move on to how to apply the one true calendar of the ancient Hebrew to our everyday lives, which is currently based around the Gregorian calendar. To those who may not believe that they live on a Gregorian and are just keeping their 7-day cycles or their count separately, I have to say that is not practical. Our jobs, schools, our television, everything we do is based on a Gregorian. The whole world around you. You will pay your taxes according to the Gregorian. Your bills fall under the Gregorian. So since it's there, let us navigate our Kodosh days on it so that we can remain obedient. The Tanakh calendar is the only calendar ever in use nationally by the ancient Hebrew, or the Hebrews. It is a 364-day calendar and the only calendar that never moves and has been fixed since the start of time. This is a simple script program. It is a simulator depicting a calendar, and it shows the drift of the Gregorian. This calendar, or this script program, has instituted a 364-day system into its value. As you see over there, the total calendar days, it is 364. 30 years in, the days stay solid. They stay motionless. The black line represents the Shabbat. It is your 7th day. It doesn't move. Stationary all throughout time. All other calendars causes a drift or causes the shift out of alignment. The input of the 365-day Gregorian calendar is not even taking account for the 366 days of the leap year. It is just going to focus on 365 days to show that the calendar will drift and has no choice but to drift using that unit of measure. So remember, the black line is representative, or it is the Shabbat. It is the 7th day. And now using the 365-day calendar, you see every year it moves 1. he's just going to type it out and explain it. But the point is, you can clearly see that this calendar is drifting by one each year. And this is not even taking into account, as I said, the 2-year drift and the leap year. 20 years in, and you're totally out of sync with what you were working with. Without the other day to bring it back into intercalation or into alignment, it is going to constantly drift and be totally out of sync. Now he will use a 354-day calendar. This is a lunar or lunisolar calendar. There you have to use a whole month. Now, this one, as shown in the other videos, brings your year in 10 days too soon. Because 364 minus 354 is 10. This is what was warned about in the 6th chapter of Yobelim, or the Book of Jubilees. It goes back the other way because it is subtracting 10 days and not adding. So every year, you see, it's just going 10 days out of order, 10 days out of order. And so it leaps all over, just as we explained in part 1 of the video. It'll go through all the years of the Gregorian, or all the seasons of the Gregorian, in 33-year cycles. That is a Kabbalistic number. Just as the first part of the video explained, the drift caused by the 365-day Gregorian or the 354-day lunar will cause drift. It doesn't matter which version you use. They both cause the drift. Only 364 days are constant and unchanging. Why is that? Let's get into it. As stated in the previous video, we're going to explain why this drift does not occur with the 364-day calendar. It's solely due to the intercalary days. There are 4 intercalary days, which are 4 anchors of the year. Intercalary means it's an adjective, and it means to bring a calendar or a cycle into alignment with the sun. All right. February 29th is the intercalary day of the Gregorian calendar. It is a 366th day that they add to correct their drift. Leap month is the intercalary month for the lunar calendars. It fixes their drift by adding an entire month. The intercalary days of the 364-day cycle are fixed. They never move. They stay perfect. These 4 intercalary days have always had meaning to the ancient Hebrew, as they signify specific events in the establishment of the world before and after the flood, as per 2 witnesses. Sefer Yobelim, or the Book of Jubilees, is the first witness to this, of the seasons being kodosh, or sacred, to the ancient Hebrew. Verse 23, and on the renewal or new of the 1st, and on the renewal or new of the 4th, and on the new or the renewal of the 7th, and on the renewal or new of the 10th, are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons, and the 4 divisions of the year. They are written and commanded as a testimony forever. And Noah commanded them for himself as feasts for the generations forever, so that they have become a memorial to him. And on the renewal new of the 1st, he was bidden to make for himself an ark. And on that day, the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the renewal or new of the 4th month, the mouths of the depths of the abyss were closed. And on the renewal or new of the 7th, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the renewal or new of the 10th, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. And on this account, he commanded them for himself as feasts for a memorial forever, and thus they are commanded. These renewals are the 4 divisions of the year, or the equinoxes and solstices, which mark the changing of the seasons with signs. They are observed in the sky just as commanded. They occur the day prior to the start of the 1st month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month. And you can see them just by looking at the sun, just to observe it. So both equinoxes are going in the same pattern of path. That's why there's only one represented in this illustration. But at the highest path, you have summer solstice, the longest day. The sun is the hottest. The sun is the highest in the sky. At the lowest path, you have winter solstice. That's winter. The sun is lowest. It's coldest. Debris Hayamim Aleph, or 1 Chronicles 23:1, is the second witness of the renewal or changing of seasons as Kodosh, or sacred to the ancient Abram. It reads, and at every presentation of a burnt offering to Yahweh on the Shabbat and on the renewal and on the set feast by number according to the ordinance governing them regularly before Yahweh. Third witness, Ezra or Ezra, chapter 3, verse 5. Afterwards, they offered the regular burnt offering and those for the renewal or the new and for all the appointed feasts of Yahweh that were set apart or Kadosh, and those of everyone who willingly offered a free will offering to Yahweh. These renewal days are not actually Yahuwah's festivals. As explained, they were ordained by Noah. He set them in place, and they were established for his generations forever. Now, if anyone is reading new moon there, keep in mind that the word used is Chodesh or H2320, and it means new or month. If this concept seems strange to you, please watch part 1 of our video for clarification. Also, please make note that there are ordained days according to Noah testified in Yobelim, chapter 6, as well as the appointed days of Yahuwah testified in YHWH'S, Leviticus chapter 23. As stated in part 1 of the video, the word used there is assumed to be Chodesh by the translators, but its root is Chadash, which means renew or new, and possesses the exact same letters as the word translated as Chodesh. Ket, Dalet, Shin are the letters. The vowel sounds are assumed based on usage originally, but was switched to the Nikud by the Masorites, who tell you where to place the sounds. So if you don't know how to read for yourself or understand the language, you're victim or you're held hostage to whatever the translators want you to think. The letters are Ket, which means wall, fence, separate. Dalet, it means door, pathway, entrance. Shin means eat, destroy, or cut. Therefore, the word literally means the wall or separation that is the door or entrance to the consummation or cutting of the season. These renewals commanded to be kept are the 4 days which were first ordained by Noah to be kept forever, as stated before. These are the 4 days of remembrance for specific days signaling a wide swath of things that happened specifically to the people before the flood and after the flood. The first day of spring and the doorway to the first month was when Noah was commanded to build the ark, as well as the day the earth became dry after it all ended. The first day of summer and the doorway to the 4th month was when the openings or caverns of the abyss were closed, so the waters rose on the earth. The first day of fall and the doorway to the 7th month was when the openings of the deeps were open and the waters drained. The first day of winter and the doorway to the 10th month was when the waters receded to the point where the mountains were visible again. These days each represent an equinox and solstice, and are markers for the year. They are anchors that never move, and were confirmed by Yahweh Elohim after deliverance of the 8 people from the deluge, or the flood. Bereshith, or Genesis 8:22, is just after the flood ends. Noah makes his offering, and he's speaking to Yahuwah. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. Seed time is autumnal or the autumn equinox. That's when you plant your harvest. Harvest time is the vernal or spring equinox. That's when you reap your harvest. Winter is the winter solstice, something, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day to day utters speech, and night to night reveals knowledge. The sun and moon communicate, each through their respective functions. Verse 3, there is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. This is because the whole world hears them. There is no culture that does not know of the sun and the moon. Verse 4, their lines have gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them he has set a tabernacle for the sun. Their lines are the patterns, just like the Tet and Ta, going over the earth in their courses. Verse 5, which is like a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices like a strong man to run its race. Its rising is from one end of heaven, and its circuit to the other end, and there's nothing hidden from his heat. A circuit is like running around a track. That is a circuit. They run their circuit, and the heat of the sun, nothing is hidden from it. They complete their course after they enter the first gate. The calendar was given to Kanak or Enoch by the Malaki to keep the proper order of the luminaries until the end of this world and the start of the world to come. The calendar given to Kanak is the Book of Luminaries. This can be found in chapter 71 or chapter 72, depending on your version or translation. Ours says 71, so that's what we'll go with. So chapter 71, verse 1 is the first verse of the Book of Luminaries. It reads, the book of the revolutions of the luminaries of heaven, according to their respective classes, their respective powers, their respective periods, their respective names, the places where they commence their progress, and their respective months, which Uriel, the Kodosh Malak, or set-apart angel, who was with me, explained to me. He who conducts them, the whole account of them, according to every year of the world, forever, until a new work shall be effected, which will be eternal. This account given to Kanak is by the Malik, or the angel, who actually conducts them, so he would know. It is also in a place until a new work will be created, which will be eternal. This new world to come, that is the kingdom, the one we were just speaking about. That is the kingdom of Yahushua Hamashiach, the Messiah. His new world that will be replaced, and this old one that will overwrite this. So as long as this one is in place, this is our system. A study of the language helps greatly in understanding how this calendar functions so that we can plot it out in a bit. You have to understand the culture of people to understand their thinking, so you get their frame of reference or how they're trying to make inferences. So let's focus on a couple of letters of a breed. The main box is the whole alphabet, or the Aleph Beit of Hebrew, beginning with Aleph as the start, ending with Ta at the end. Hebrew goes from right to left. So we're focusing on Ta and Tet. The letter Ta is the mark or sign, and it is a T and represents the 4 quadrants of the year by spring, summer, and fall, and winter, and each corresponding to a point of the cross. So this is it in modern Hebrew here. That is the Ta. It's not Tav, it's Ta. So this Ta, the 4 points of it, all correspond to each of the intercalary days. This is the origin of the cross, or a T, and people use it for a cross of worship, but it's really a zodiac cross in nature, and has to do with the constellation. It doesn't have anything to do with what people think it does. The other letter is the Tet. That's this one. The Tet is the earth or surround. It is an X inside of a circle, which is like this little X-Men looking thing right here. It's probably where they got this symbol from. And it represents the earth separated into 4 quadrants in respect to direction of north, south, east, and west. Both of these letters correspond to the calendar given to Kanak by the Malik Uriel. The year is broken up into 4 equal parts, which are seasons. Each season has 3 months of 30 days that end with a renewal day or a changing of season day that are the intercalary days. These 4 days are the anchors of the year that never move. They keep your year locked down perfectly, and they are not reckoned with the count of the year, but are added at the end of the year. Sefer Kanak, or the Book of Enoch, chapter 74, entails these 4 days. Verse 1 reads, these are the leaders of the chiefs of the thousands, those which preside over all creation and over all the stars, with the 4 days which are added and never separated from the place allotted them, according to the complete computation of the year. These 4 anchor days, they never move, they never slide. They'll always be in the proper place, which is why we use them for intercalation. These are the 4 days added at the end of the calculation of the year and never move. Verse 2, and these serve 4 days, which are not computed in the computation of the year. Respecting them, men greatly err, for these luminaries truly serve in the mansion of the world, one day in the first gate, one day in the third gate, one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the harmony of the world becomes complete every 364th state of it, for the signs, the seasons, the years. So every 364th of the circuit or the revolution, the courses that the sun, he runs his course, and the moon, she follows hers too. Every 364th state of it, as it traverses through these gates, completes the year through the signs and all the seasons. Now, there are two very important pieces of information in those verses. The first was in respect to the use of the renewal days for your calculations. Using these 4 days of intercalation in respect to the calculation of the year causes error because of the drift. Let's apply some simple math to explain this and show this drift. If you take 364 days and divide them by the 12 months, it gives you 30.3333333333 forever days per month. That is not even, and it will cause a drift, just like you saw on the simulation program used before. It's going to move everything out of alignment. So your festivals and everything, they will not sync up with the intercalary days. But if you do not calculate them in your years, however, and take 360 days divided by the 12 months, it equals a nice clean 30 days per month. Smooth, perfect, even, every year without fail. The 360 days divided by the 12 months, and you add the 4 days at the end, gives you your 364 days per year complete state of it. The second vital piece of information there is in respects to the gates. There are 6 in total that the sun traverses through. These 6 gates are basically the courses of the sun it makes throughout the year. So we see the first gate here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 gates were created representing each day or yom. Each date was created on a yom of creation. Whether you view that period of time as a literal day or as a period of time, there were 6 of them. And the 7th day, no work was done, which is why they stop and you go into the 7th day, which is your Shabbat. These 6 gates represent the courses of the sun and at times the moon, which is a check for the sun. And if we utilize Sefer Kanak, these things become clear. So the sun basically starts at the first gate at its beginning, and it goes through its course or a cycle, like a strong man running his race. Goes all the way around until it gets to a peak up here, and this is the solstice, going all the way back around till it hits another equinox, finishing off again at the winter solstice. So you have 2 equinoxes and 2 solstices. The first one of the year is the spring or the vernal equinox. The sun goes through each of the gates, which until it hits the summer solstice, which is the highest point of the year, as shown in the other illustration, the longest day. These gates are elevations of the sun. Winter solstice is the lowest elevation at gate 1. Summer solstice is the highest elevation at gate 6. With a little bit of visual information, let's now refer back to Sefer Kanak, the Book of Luminaries, verse 3. I beheld the gates from where the sun goes forth and the gates where the sun sets. Kanak is informing us that he sees the gates where the sun comes out to rise and the gates where it goes to set. Verse 4, in which gates also the moon rises and sets. And I beheld the conductors of the stars, among those who precede them. 6 gates were at the rising and 6 gates at the setting of the sun. This is informing us that there are 6 gates for rising and 6 gates for setting. There are multiple windows on each side of them, but there are only 6 gates, elevations, but there are one side to rise and one side to set. Verse 5, all these respectively, one after another, are on a level, and numerous windows are on the right and on the left side of those gates. These gates are all on level with each other and are surrounded by the windows that represent each month. Let's move down to verse 11, and it reads, and in the 4th gate, through which the sun with the moon proceeds, in the first part of it, there are 12 open windows from which issues out a flame when they are open at their proper periods. The sun and the moon will rise from the 4th gate, which is the beginning of the year and called the Great Gate. So They'll rise at the same level in the fourth gate or the fourth elevation at the beginning of the year. The Book of Luminaries confirms this great gate. Verse 9, in the same manner, it, meaning the sun, goes forth in the first month by a great gate. It goes forth through the fourth of those 6 gates, which are at the rising of the sun. This is the course that we showed before, the course of the sun, and through the gate that it rises and sets for 30 days at the start of a year, which follows the last day of the year, that is the vernal or spring equinox. The book confirms this in verse 41. At that period, the night is contracted in its length. It becomes 10 parts, and the day 8 parts. Then the sun goes forth from that second gate and sets in the west, but returns to the east and rises in the east in the third gate, 31 days, setting in the west of heaven, or Shamayim. This is the last month of the 3-month cycle that comprised the winter season. The 31st day of the 3rd month of winter, or the day after the last day of winter, the 30th day, is a renewal day, a doorway into the first month. It begins the new season. In this case, spring begins. The sun rises and sets with the moon for 31 days in the third gate. Verse 42, at that period, the night becomes shortened. It is 9 parts, and the night is equal with the day. The year is precisely 364 days. Equinox is Latin for equal night. Therefore, this equal day and equal night period is definitely an equinox. The ancient Hebrew or Hebrews divided their days into 18 parts or hours, making 9 parts of day and 9 parts of night a full day. We'll go over this a little bit later in detail, but for right now, we're just trying to get you to understand the concept of how Kanak reckon time. We see that both equinoxes occur when the sun and moon rise and set in the third and fourth gates. So we have the third gate here, your fourth gate here. What we just read was the sun going from the second gate into the third gate, and it stayed here for 31 days. That is the 12th month, the last month of the year. That is that elevation. Then it rose up and went to the fourth gate, and now begins the first month. This is proven in the following chapters of Kanak, which detail of the regulations of the moon. Chapter 73 of Sefer Kanak, verse 5 reads, on stated months, it, being the moon, changes its settings, and on stated months, it makes its progress through each gate. In 2 gates, the moon sets with the sun. In those 2 gates, which are in the mist, in the third and the fourth gate. From the third gate, it goes forth for 7 days and makes its circuit. The gates that are in the mist or the middle are the third and fourth gate. They're between 1 and 6. You have 2 and 5. Then you have 3 and 4. This phenomenon of the sun and moon rising and setting together occurs 4 times in a year for periods of 31 and then 30 days. And they are signs that mark the spring and autumn equinoxes respectively. The year ends with the spring equinox, which marks the start of the first month of spring. Then the autumn equinox marks the beginning of fall and the start of the 7th month. When we go back to the Book of Luminaries, which is chapter 71, verse 24, this confirms this. It reads, the sun goes forth from the 5th gate as it sets in the 5th gate of the west and rises in the 4th gate for 31 days on account of its signs, setting in the west. At that period, the day is made equal with the night, or equinox in Latin, and being equal with it, the night becomes 9 parts and the day 9 parts. This is a different view just to explain the levels of the gates. So when you look at this, you clearly see that there are 6 gates, all on level with each other. You have 6 gates on the west, and you have 6 gates on the east. And these 6 gates are just elevations. So the first gate, or is the sun's elevation. This is the lowest elevation. This is the sun. That is the winter solstice. The sun continuously gets higher throughout the season. And when it goes from the second to the third, it stays there for 31 days, and that begins the equinox. That goes into the fourth gate, and it stays there for 30 days. The moon and the sun rise and set together for this period of time as a sign. Then it goes to the highest point all the way to the 5th gate to the 6th point at its highest point at the 6th gate, which is the summer solstice. So the verse we just read was it coming back down after it reaches its peak. Then it goes from the 5th gate into the 4th gate, and it goes there for 31 days. And after that, that 31st day is a equinox, the autumnal or autumn equinox. Then goes into the 3rd gate for 30 days. On account of those signs, this is how you know when you're at the changing of the middle of the year. And these gates are in the midst. They're in the middle of the 6 gates. Jews use the autumnal or autumn equinox as their Rosh Hashanah, or the beginning of the year. That's the 3rd gate going into or the 4th gate going into the 3rd gate. That is totally wrong. The 3rd gate going into the 4th gate is the vernal equinox in spring, and it's beginning of the year for you, just as told in Shemot or Exodus chapter 12, verse 2. This month shall be your beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. This is also further confirmed by Sefer Tanakh in the calendar or the Book of Luminaries. Book of Luminaries, or chapter 71, verse 17. The sun now returns to the east, entering into the 6th gate, and rising and setting in the 6th gate 31 days on account of his signs. The reason the sun sets into the 6th gate is due to its signs or marks. Verse 18. At that period, the day is longer than the night, being twice as long as the night, and becomes 12 parts. The sun traverses through months of 30 days each that end after the season of 3 months. So you have 30, 30, 30. That gives you 3, 6, 90 days. Then on the 31st day of the 3rd month, we'll use this illustration example of late spring, you have an intercalary day or a renewal day, which is a new season day. The first month of Abib, which is the Pesach month, began, which we just read, after 9 parts day and 9 parts night, or when the day is equal with the night, or an equinox, Latin for equal night. This began the season of spring. This was an intercalary day. At the end of spring, late spring, the 31 days, you have another intercalary day. So 3 months after spring started, you have another season. This is a doorway or Kadash renewal into the new season. After your 12 parts day, 6 parts night, you began summer. That was your summer solstice. And you go for 30, 30, 31, and you reach another intercalary day. Or at that point, it'll be another equal night or equinox. 9 parts day, 9 parts night. And what we see is this is the pattern of the entire, what we were talking about before about the tet and the taw. So looking at this, this is a taw. That is your T. Each marks, or each mark of the T equals a intercalary day. Each point signifies your season. And the entire thing, the entire circuit of it equals your tet. That is your containment. That is your whole year right there. 4 equal quadrants, 4 intercalary days, broken up equal parts, seasons of months of 30 days each. The sun, moon, and stars were created as a sign or a mark, taw and tet, to utilize for the determination of Yahuwah's appointed days as well as other days. This is confirmed in Bereshith, chapter 1, verse 14. Then Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons, and for days and years. Verse 19 reads, so the evening and the morning were the 4th day. The sun and the moon and the stars not only divide the night from the day, they are for signs and for seasons as well as days into years. This was done on the 4th day. These 6 gates correspond to the paths of the sun and the moon, with the 4th gate being what we call the equator. So you see 4 right here. This is the equator going all the way around the earth. The sun and moon make their circuit all the way around the earth, and they come together when they get to the 3rd, going into the 4th, and when you get into the 4th, going into the 3rd. So on their way in, they meet, and on their way out, they meet. Each of these gates correspond to a day of creation. The first one being the lowest elevation of the sun, because the sun is on this widest circuit away from. So take people who live in North America, for example. This is North America right here. And I, for example, live on the East Coast. When the sun is in its first gate, this is the lowest elevation because it is winter for me. That's winter solstice. The fourth gate is representative of the fourth day. The calendar of Yahuwah is based on the number 7, the number of completion. The entire 364 days of the year divided by 7 days per week equals 52 weeks perfectly. Each gate or intercalary is a season, with each season lasting 91 days. 91 divided by 7 equals 13 weeks perfectly. Now, after all this, we should have the necessary information to plot our calendar as well as the calculation of the 7th-day Shabbat. Since we have now confirmed scripturally that the sun, moon, and stars were created on the 4th day, or the 4th gate of creation, we can easily determine our weekly Shabbat, which is 3 days later after that on the 7th day, or the day of rest after the 6th gate or day of creation. But before we do that, we must first confirm when these intercalary days occur without having to rely on others to tell us or the use of the internet. We understand that the elevation of the sun is key to determining the season, but how are we sure that these are the proper seasons or intercalary days used in ancient times? First, let us look at some ancient civilizations. These are just a few megalithic structures or giant structures that witness the equinoxes, which means they are large structures that we cannot duplicate today and are unsure how they were originally created. The first witness is the Menagerie temples on Malta. They are 3 structures built over long periods of time, going back to about 3600 BCE. The buildings are all that remains of a larger compound, and the lowest temple was used as an astronomical and calendrical site, cooperating with the equinoxes and solstices, with the spring equinoxes sunrise being the entrance of the lower temple, shining light through the main passageway and into a small shrine within the complex. The second witness is El Castillo, also known as the Pyramid of Kukulkan. Is a 79-foot steep pyramid at the center of ancient Mayan site of Chichen Itza. It was constructed around 1000 CE, and the structure creates a visual effect during the spring and autumn equinoxes. During the equinox at sunrise, light hits the pyramid at an angle, creating the appearance of a shadow that resembles a gigantic snake that slithered down the pyramid steps. Third witness is Stonehenge. This is one of the more famous of the Gentile megalithic structures, and I don't believe the Anglos built it, but I digress. The point is that it displays an effect during the equinoxes that shows the sun setting between specific pillars. Last year, there were thousands who visited the site for the spring equinox. They all mark the vernal or spring equinox on March 20th each year. Next, let's calculate the intercalary days for ourselves using observations of the sun's patterns and time to determine its various elevations, just as our ancestors would have. The sun traverses through the year in somewhat of a roller coaster pattern. As you can see, this is the line of the sun. It starts at winter and rises and increases elevation throughout the year, and it hits an equinox, then goes all the way to its peak until it hits a solstice. Then it declines again until it hits another equinox, which is the autumn equinox, and goes all the way out until it hits winter again. This is your patterns of the sun. Anyone can observe it. It's right there. No one can hide that. This is using an image to give you a visual representation of how the sun should look to you. So that roller coaster pattern you saw in the sky, that's it right there, arching over you. Its highest point is when it's the longest day, when the sun is in its 6th gate or the summer solstice, where the daytime is to be twice as long as the night, and it's at its lowest during the longest night, which is the 1st gate. So this is winter on the side. Coming here, you have your vernal equinox or your spring equinox, getting higher and higher and higher till you get to your peak. Then it starts going down, and you have your autumnal or fall equinox, getting lower and lower and lower till you get to winter. Then starting all the way over again, raising and lowering. That's what's going on the entire time. Now that we understand the positions of the sun, we need to calculate the time in order to ensure our accuracy. This requires a standardization of the Gregorian reckoning of time with the Kanak reckoning of time. We all understand a day should be 24 hours. This means that at 60 minutes per hour, you end up with 1440 minutes or 1,440 minutes at the end of those 24 hours. A day to Canuck is 18 hours. This means in order to maintain 1440 minutes to establish the same unit of measure, we must make each hour or part 80 minutes in length. 24 hours per day at 1440 minutes per day, and 18 hours per day at 1440 minutes per day. So when looking at Canuck's reckoning of time, this should clear a lot of things up about his calendar, or the calendar given to him by Uriel. Back to the Book of Luminaries, which is chapter 71 of Sefer Canuck, the Book of Enoch, verse 25. At that period, the day is made equal with the night, and being equal with it, the night becomes 9 parts and the day 9 parts. This is the autumnal or fall equinox. 9 parts day and 9 parts night equate to 1440 minutes divided by 2, which is 720 minutes. That represents 9 parts or hours of day at 80 minutes per hour. 80 minutes times 9 hours equals 720 minutes, or 1/2 of a day. Therefore, your day should only be that long, 720 minutes. When we take 720 minutes divided by 60-minute hours, it equals 12 hours, which is half of a 24-hour or equal day and equal night. The spring equinox functions in exactly the same way. This is the circuit, the cycle, going from gates 1 to 6, starting over and over and over again. Back to the Book of Luminaries, chapter 71, Sefer Canuck, verse 31. Then the sun goes at that time from the second gate, as it sets in the second gate in the west, but returns to the east, proceeding by the first gate for 31 days, and sets in the west in the first gate. This is the end of a season, as the sun heads towards the first gate for 31 days. The first and sixth gates mark the 2 solstices, in the same way that the third and fourth gates mark the equinoxes. The second and 5 gates are transition gates between the intercalary days. Verse 33. At that period, the night is lengthened as much as again as the day. It is 12 parts precisely, while the day is 6 parts. This is the longest night, and the night is twice as long as the day, where the sun is at its lowest elevation in the first gate. Now we're going to have to apply some more math again. 12 parts or hours of night at 80 minutes per hour equals 960 minutes. 6 parts or hours of day at 80 minutes per hour equals 480 minutes. If you divide that number by 60 minutes per hour, it equals 8 hours. This means that on the winter solstice, you should only observe 8 hours of daylight. The summer solstice works in the same way, just inverted, so that there should only be 8 hours of night and 16 hours of day. Back to Sefer Canuck, the Book of Luminaries, chapter 71, verse 35. The sun has thus completed its beginnings, and a second time goes around from these beginnings. After the winter solstice, the sun completes its circuit and starts over on the other side of the west, which makes sense when looking at a diagram and understanding the terms. Verse 36. Into that gate it enters for 30 days and sets in the west on the opposite part of heaven. We encourage everyone to perform their own calculations independently, but we have done the math and it confirms the assessments of the megalithic structures. Vernal or spring equinox is March 20th. Summer solstice is on June 21st. Autumnal or fall equinox is on September 22nd. Winter solstice is on December 21st. It's not a lot of trickery there. I know people think that, well, that's what everyone else does. Those are the intercalary days. All the ancient civilizations knew, and it checks out if you actually do the math and use the observations for yourself. Now that we have accurately nailed down the proper 4th day of creation, which is the vernal or spring equinox, we can easily deduce our weekly Shabbat and our festivals. Since the equinox is on the 4th day, 3 days later, we will experience our 7th day Shabbat. Therefore, March 23rd, or 3 days after the vernal equinox, is always a Shabbat or a Sabbath, as the 20th is always the vernal equinox, which is the 4th day, making the 23rd the 7th day. There are other witnesses to our Shabbat as well. The leap year, or intercalary correction of the Gregorian calendar adds a 366th day in February, making the month consist of 29 days instead of 28. That extra day added to correct their drift will always be a Shabbat. It is a hole in their exquisite math, which we'll still address momentarily. Since March 20th is the last day of the year, or the 364th day, and the 21st is the first day of the first month of Abib, the first day of the year starts on the evening or sunset of March 20th. So at evening of the 20th, sunset starts the first day of the year. And that evening on the 21st, that begins the second day. Then 14 days after the vernal equinox, you have your Pesach, which also falls on the middle of the week or the fourth day. This brings us to the last witness for the Shabbat. Then we will explain the drift or the shifting days in greater detail. The last witness is the resurrection of Hamashiach. In the book of Matthew or Matthew, chapter 28, verse 1, we read, "But late in the Sabbath, as it was dawning into day one of the week, Miriam or Mary from Magdala and the other Miriam came to see the tomb." This translation of the book is just one of the multiple accounts of the resurrection and the cornerstone of the Holy Roman Catholic Churches, or the HRCC's, Sunday doctrine. They claim the Messiah was obviously resurrected on Sunday, but a closer examination of the original Greek text, which the English version was translated from, reveals the truth. The phrase day one of the week is used in multiple passages of scripture and is translated from the Greek phrase mion sabbaton. Mion is Strong's G1520. It is an adjective. It is transliteration haste. It means one. Now, someone will say, well, that means one or first. No, protos in Greek is first, as in prototype. Mion is the numerical value, or one. Sabbaton in Greek is G4521. It is Sabbaton. It means a Sabbath or a week. That's exactly what it is. The proper translation of the phrase is one of the weekly Sabbaths. Instead of translating one, it was mistranslated first. And instead of translating weekly Sabbath, it was mistranslated of the week. In the same capacity that the Masoretes purposely mistranslated words to promote their moon worship, this too was intentionally done to allow the HRCC to move the Sabbath of the week to the first day of the week, Apollo's day or the sun's day. This is why Constantine came in there with Sol Invictus, the unconquerable sun. This is easily verified through textual analysis. When we examine Ma'asim or Acts, chapter 18, verse 4, it reads, "And he reasoned in the synagogue every Sabbath," that's G4521, "and persuaded both Yehudim and Greeks." In Lucas, or the book of Luke, chapter 13, verse 10, we read, "Now he," being Yahusha, "was teaching in one of the synagogues on the Sabbath." That is G4521. Greek's 4521 is the word used in these verses and the one before. And the word means Sabbath or Shabbat. It is the same word used for the day Yahusha's resurrection in Matthew or Matthew. Since we know that Yahusha was resurrected 3 days after Pesach, which is the 14th day of the first month, this means he resurrected on the third day of unleavened bread, or on the 17th day of the first month, which was a Shabbat, just as the original language of the text suggests, before men in religion got a hold of it and twisted it to form their doctrines. Now that we have the validity of the 4 renewal days, the weekly Shabbat, and all subsequent festivals which fall in their proper order without fail, we can clear up why the days seem to be moving when they should be fixed. First and foremost, before we go anywhere, please understand, our 364-day calendar does not move. Their days move around ours, as witnessed in part 1 of this video when displaying the drifting dates. The reason for this drift is that the 365-day a year consists of sidereal days, which are about 23 hours and 56 minutes and 4 seconds. The days are not 24 hours of 1440 minutes, but rather they are 1436-minute days. This is a crafty deception, and one that I don't honestly believe was constructed by the enemies of Yisrael without help of supernatural forces. But I'm going to refocus. The way that the world has kept Yisrael from observing their festivals and Shabbats, as well as renewal days, is directly through this deception. They remove 4 minutes from every day to create a 365th day. 4 minutes isn't a lot of time, but if you add it up over the course of a month, you get 120 minutes every month. Then take that 120 minutes and extrapolate that over the course of a year, 1440 minutes. 120 times 12 equals 1440. This is the day of Bacchus, or Bacchanala. It is also called Dionysia in Greco-Roman religion and represents any of the several festivals of Bacchus, who is Dionysus, the wine god. It is also called the Ides of March, and is supposedly the day Julius Caesar was betrayed and killed as well. This inserted day isn't real. The Gentiles have taken 4 minutes from every day to create a made-up day. This is like taking 1 inch off the bottom of a blanket to sew it on top of another one for the creation of a longer blanket. That's like a Native American proverb, I think. It cannot ever work, as they are attempting to stuff a 365-day year into a 364-day cycle, and thus that calendar has to be corrected with leap year every 4 years for intercalation. This extra day of March 15th moves their whole calendar over by 1 day each year, as 365 minus 364 equals 1, and by 2 days in leap year, because 366 minus 364 equals 2. This is why the day after March 15th is always a Shabbat as well. The inclusion of days will typically fall as the 7th day due to the nature of the calendar's base system of 7. So as you can see here, the Shabbats are moving. They're all on the same day. They're also right here. They're all on that same day. This day does not exist. They just added it. If you remove this out of the equation, they will line up perfectly and be together. All of this may seem like heavily usage of the sun, and that's not by accident. This is how we were supposed to calculate the years, Sabbaths, and the festivals. This is validated in Sefer Yobelim, or the Book of Jubilees, chapter 2, verse 9. And Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, and for Sabbaths, and for months, and for feasts, and for years, and for Sabbaths of years, and for Yobelim, and for all the seasons of years. Now when we observe a functional calendar, all of those moving parts will line up perfectly. Let's plot it all out. After you observe the season of winter, or 91 days after the winter solstice, you experience the vernal equinox. That checks off. The extra day added of February 29th is a Shabbat. That checks off. The day after the Ides of March, or March 15th, is a Shabbat. The vernal equinox is the final day of the year and has 720 minutes of light and dark, and the next day is the first day of the first month. Check. 3 days after the vernal equinox, or March 23rd, is a Shabbat. Fits perfectly. The Pesach, or Passover, falls 14 days after the last day of the year and falls during the middle of the week. Check. 3 days after Pesach, or the 17th day of the first month, is a Shabbat. Check. The 9th day of the 7th month will be a Shabbat, followed by the 10th day, which is Yom HaKippur, or the Day of Atonement. All of it fits perfectly without fail. There's a calendar attached to the website, GoyaGroup.com, with a link in the description of this video that we have put together with all the dates corresponding to the Gregorian calendar in order to align the festivals. We hope this information was useful and that we were able to clear up some things. Also, please do not take our words for this. We are just men like anyone else. Please independently verify all the information presented in this video, and please leave any comments below. Thank you for your time, and shalom.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. If I can be heard, give me a 7 up in the chat. Hallelujah. Praise, glory, and honor to the Most High Power, the owner, creator, and possessor. Forever live as anointed, beloved Son in the hearts and minds of the faithful elect. Another honor and humility. Yeah, MINISTRIES, Ministries, SECT of the Nazarenes. Y'all know how we do. And I wanted to share that with the family. You know, all the time during the feast season, there's always arguments amongst Israelites on when things should be kept, when things ought to be observed. And to be fair, it ain't even like that. Whoever has their perspective on when things should be observed, it's not like they're not reading. Everyone has scriptures to back up why they feel they should be keeping and observing feasts on certain days. All right, so we gonna be fair with it. We ain't gonna act like they not reading. They reading. That's the information they have. Then it always come down to what's your understanding of a new moon? All right, what's your understanding of a new moon? What's your understanding of a new month? What's your understanding of Shabbat? Is it every Saturday during the day? Is it from Friday night sundown to Saturday night sundown? Some people do the lunar Sabbath, where it's switch every month. Some people on what he called a Jewish calendar, which correlates or blends the solar and the lunar. Some people are strictly on the lunar, some people strictly on the solar, and there's a lot of confusion. It is, it's a lot of confusion, especially if you don't understand like what's really going on. You dig? So I want to show that because naturally we've been looking at these calendars. Now, some of us been in Israel a while. Me myself, 16 years, going on 17 years. So the reason this hit like steel with me is because I've seen when it comes down to the end of the year, I've seen the 12th month. The 12th month is called Adar, right? Now the 12th month, like if I've been around 16 years, I want to say 6 to 8 of those years, the 12th month land in February, right? Sometimes the beginning of February, sometimes in the middle, right? And whenever you keep Purim, exactly a month later is supposed to be Passover, all right? So sometimes y'all the Passover that landed, believe it or not, March 14th. I haven't seen it, and I've seen brothers argue over it, and I've seen people, because we connected with people in the land. So you got brothers in the land that be like, well, hold on, the barley crop ain't showing yet, right? And if the crop ain't growing, then it technically is not the last month, but you like, we done counted 12 moons. We done counted 12 moons, so 12 months done went by, right? All right, so something's not adding up. All right, so brothers be like, well, no, it ain't until Passover ain't March 14th, it's April 14th. So then you got the confusion that you got the camps come in, you got the congregations that say, well, look, Purim is this month, we keep Passover the very next month, regardless of what then grew in Israel or not. You got people in Israel, like we got the calendars, the true calendars from true Jerusalem. That's our argument. Where Jerusalem is it where the heathen blowing a stinking breath on that wall? Is it down south in Tel Aviv? That's a whole nother argument. Some people tell you they ain't. The map's been flipped upside down. And Jerusalem is in Peru. Solomon's temple being built. Yeah, man. Like, so if you're not grounded, you understand, from a sincere point of view, some people get information just to argue and lord over somebody. So if you're not grounded, meaning comfortable in what you believe, you'll get beyond confused. All right. So the reason I showed that video, it makes sense to me. It makes a lot of sense. And coming from a brother I've been around, so I've seen the arguments. I've seen that 12th month hitting February, boy. We got a conversation we gotta have on. Does that mean Pesach is in March? March. You did. Cold outside. You still seeing Joker's breath. You like, dang. Is it really springtime? You understand? Even down to the 7th month, you got the arguments. Our brothers was asking when. So what we gonna show? And again, I've witnessed the arguments. I've witnessed having to adjust date. I haven't been a part of that before. Boy, hey, I think that March date is a month early. How we just had Purim in February? No, you know, we counted the moons. Remember last Passover was this, and we not realizing y'all the moon. Look, the moon cycle is 354 days. It's 10 days short of the sun cycle. All right, 10 days short. All right, so if it's 10 days short, 3 years go by, you a whole month back. You 30 days back. All right, so when he brought the Jubilees out, chapter 6, and was talking about the disturbing of the times and keeping of the wrong days, that hit me like steel. I was like, whoa, because I've witnessed it. And right now, everybody that you know fancy themselves is talking against us, they are arguing. Right now, when the Day of Atonement, like that op hit me up talking about when the Day of Atonement. Like, why you ain't ask you? Why you ain't ask the wolf pack? Or what you asking me for? Understand? So they are arguing. You understand? And it ain't like you ain't got the scriptures that say from the moon it's a sign of feast. Hey, like that's in there. All right, but when you put it, you got conflicting calendars. You know, we've been coming out saying this. Like, hey, look, it's conflicting reports in the Bible. It all don't line up. All right, and a lot of the brothers is mad. They read Enoch. They read Jubilees. So, I mean, I can expect the cat who don't subscribe to that. But the cats there, a lot of these cats that fancy themselves as running their mouth against it, they read Enoch and Jubilees. So how you harmonize the calendar? How you harmonize the calendar in Enoch with the lunar calendar that you use to establish the feast? How you harmonize that? You see? And what you're going to find out is you can't. You can't. If you using the moon to set your feast, then every other year, if not every 3 years, you're going to be a month back. And you're going to have to adjust, meaning you're disturbing the seasons. That's the truth. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but I done been around long enough to see it. Dang, how long? It's February. What you mean? And man, the beginning of February, this sucker, the 12th month then came in. That means beginning of March is going to be in for the first month. And even on the 14th day is supposed to be Passover, going into unleavened bread. Right? The calendar in Enoch and in Jubilees is a solar calendar. It's solar. It's not lunar. It's a solar calendar. Right? The sun has a 364 day course. And y'all just for me, I can't make you believe whatever. But to me, that makes sense. Because I've seen the confusion. It'd be different if I just was, you know, coming in and finding out certain information. But to witness the confusion every few years, right? The readjusting of the dates, and the barley ain't grew in Israel, and you know, so and so. Look, it just happened with Passover this year. It just happened. Some kept Passover at the end of March. Look, y'all, from March 25th all the way up to like the 29th, people was keeping the first day of unleavened bread. All right, and then some at the end of April. All right, some at the end of April. I watched it. So when this came out, I was like, yeah, all right. So, you know, I've been building with the Essene and Nazarene brothers. And I had asked them probably like a month and a half ago. I say, what dates y'all got for what's coming for the feast? You know, the fall feast coming up. Brothers start sending Enoch calendars. It's one Nehemiah got the link for the app that's in the app store for you Android brothers. For you Apple, for you rich Hebrews that got the Apple devices. I believe that they charging for that. But if you got an Android device, then you can go right into the App Store and get that deal. I also got one I'm going to pull up. All right. And we're going to get into it. Also, there's a book y'all can get. I've been reading this, getting into it, the Ancient Dead Sea Scroll Calendar and the Prophecy it Reveals. All right, the Dead Sea Scroll Calendar is the Enoch Calendar. All right. Now, some men, you know, that's a Gentile. Some men, oh, a Gentile, look, whatever. Deal with the information. I don't care nothing about what y'all talking about. All right, deal with the information. All right. So just to read the back of this real quick, and I got Nehemiah in the back chat, and I also got Ima Ahuba in the back. We gonna get to see her face today. All praise. All right. So this right here says the Dead Sea Scrolls speak about a mysterious 364-day solar calendar. So this is in Enoch, this is in Jubilees, and it's also in the Dead Sea Scrolls, y'all. That's history that was dug up out of the earth, that was hid from the invading Romans. All right, the Qumran community, all them caves and them scrolls that was dug up, the ancient calendar was dug up too, which means that the brothers, the Essenes, Nazarenes, Essenes, all right, just a different branch of them. The brothers kept feasts totally different. Different days, you know, of course, they was bloodless, so there ain't no flesh and none of that. But look at this. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls speak about a mysterious 364-day solar calendar used by the ancients from the time of creation to about the 2nd century BC, 170 BC. Y'all, if you know your history, that's during the Greek invasion, during Hellenization. So it's saying from the ancient times when the Most High established, you know what I mean, calendar and all that, all the way up into the 2nd century BC. All right, the Dead Sea Scrolls speak about a mysterious 364-day solar calendar used by the ancients from the time of creation to about 170 BC. In the 2nd century BC, it was replaced with a lunar calendar by corrupt Jewish priests. There go them priests again. There go them priests again. Now look at this. That's crazy, man. Today we know this corrupt lunar calendar is the modern Jewish calendar. All the Israelites, for the most part, abide by that. All right, all the Israelites abide by the Jewish calendar. They do. The only argument is, when is the new moon? Is it the slither, first sighting of the moon, or or is it the complete dark moon? Other than that, they going by the same thing. All right, it says today we know this corrupt lunar calendar as the modern Jewish calendar. In this book, we will learn about the Most High's original solar calendar and discover what prophecies it reveals. Most Christians know that the Jewish festivals teach prophecy. Festivals like Passover teach about the first coming of the Messiah. The fall festivals, trumpets, Day of Atonement, and tabernacles prophesy about the second coming and the millennial reign. The Dead Sea Scrolls reveal summer festivals that were deliberately hidden from us and point to the age of grace. Two of these festivals are the Festival of New Wine and the Festival of New Oil. Learn about these prophetic festivals and how to start using the original calendar the Most High gave us. Right there, y'all. Y'all check that out. All right. The ancient Dead Sea Scroll calendar and the prophecies it reveals. I got it right off Amazon. All right. And again, to me, it makes sense. All right. The author's name, Ken Johnson. Let me type it up. Ken Johnson, THD. Ken, Ken Johnson. That's the author's name. Check that out. Ruth Nehariah getting scientific on us. Better watch out. Tie in with the circadian rhythms. Hey, you know what? It may. It may. I believe, especially when he's talking about portals being open and certain energies and all that being unleashed because we on time at the right place, and portals being open. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't line right up with circadian rhythms. I don't see why not. All right, so y'all, I'm about to bring on Imam, I'm about to bring on Nehemiah. I'm gonna let them speak their piece as well. Anybody else want to chop it up? I put the link in the chat. Let me go ahead and make sure I do that one more time. I put the link in the chat. Y'all come on in, chop it up. And of course, we're gonna go back over that Jubilees, definitely. We're gonna hit a few scriptures that's in there that point toward the moon too, because it ain't like the brothers ain't reading it. You read it, but what make the most sense to you? All right, that's what it come down to. Does it make sense? All right, I ain't here to tell you that they not reading from the moon is a sign of feast and the new moon and all that. But when you get into your studies, you find out that new moon, when you look into the Hebrew, is really new month. And the word moon is Yerak in Hebrew. Yerak. You don't never see that phrase, new moon, Kadash Yerak. You don't see that. It just say Kadash and then the renewal. You know what I mean? Like Brit HaKadash, the new or the renewed covenant, it just say Kadash in the Hebrew. It don't mention moon. So that means a scribe put new moon there without it being the phrase new moon. You understand? Also, to back up what he was saying about the Greek or that solar calendar was replaced in the 2nd century BC by, you know what I mean, by the corrupt Jewish priests. Well, that's around the Greek Hellenization of Israel. All right, remember that during the time of the Maccabees. Remember that. All right, so that means before then it was solar. All right, and the Apocrypha is written in Greek. It's not written in Hebrew. It's written in Greek. All right, so I'm about to bring on Ima Ahuba, our beloved Ima, and you know our beloved mama. She done been to the seminary schools and all that. You know, they trained her and showed her about the contradictions and conflicts in the scripture. So what we saying ain't nothing new. She just was happy, you know, the bros, her sons came on out busting. So we about to bring her on, bring Nehemiah on. Hey, y'all, speak y'all piece. You know, let's get her done. Let's get her done.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shalom, peace, love, light, healing, balance, and blessings, abundant blessings to you and your family. Ima, what you got for us? Talk to us.
No, I just wanted to come on. First of all, I want to, you know, give all praises to the Most High for you guys seeing this, you know, because like I said, I've been knowing this for years and years and years. And my sister, I call her Hannah, but she's Robbie Dobson in the chat. She knows, she was there. Everybody thought I was crazy when I first, you know, came up on the information. They sure did. They thought, you know, she losing her mind. They called me a heretic. They called me a heretic. Get down. Wait a minute, I'm fighting with my cat. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, like I said, I'm so glad that you guys, first of all, you know, when you broke out with the first stuff that was mind-blowing, you know, and about the meat eating, but then now you come to my baby, you know, because I sent y'all a copy of this, my calendar. Because this is the one I actually go by. And so to let everybody know, today they call it what? Tomorrow is the 18th of September, right?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
According to this calendar, it's the first day of the 7th month, which makes it Yom Teruah, according to this calendar.
Okay.
And I think my calendar lines up with Tobiyahu. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, I believe so.
His calendar is like mine. You know.
Okay.
But what I said about this, there's this Gentile chick that put this calendar together. I mean, and she know this stuff. Yeah, she know this stuff. And I just wanted to come on and tell people to just search. If you're not sure, just search. And like he says that the first day of the new year always falls on the equinox, the fourth day. March 20th is always on the fourth day. But the fourth day on our calendar. But if you look at it on Gregorian calendar, it's going to be like this March, it was on a Saturday, and then you count your 3 days, and that's how you get your Shabbat, like he said.
Okay.
You know, and it took me a while when I first started studying, I couldn't grasp it for nothing until finally one day I said, okay, they said everything starts on the equinox, which I know is March 20th. And then so what I did was I took March 20th and then I lined it up, and that's how I said, okay, that's how they do that. It was so simple. But you know, when people are trying to teach it and explain it, it seems like it's hard. Like I was telling Key, like she was saying, I don't know how to do math. I don't know math either, but you know, it's easy. All you got to do is know when the new year starts, and you count from there. Because after that, everything is going to fall on the same day. All major holidays are going to be on day 4, except for Day of Atonement. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even do Day of Atonement because why? What did you, who should come here for? Why did Yahushua come? Why?
Right.
And to me, like it say in Hebrews, you be stepping in his blood. What is no, if we're gonna keep doing Day of Atonement, then he had no, you know, he shouldn't have came. He, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, you know, I done chopped up with a few brothers about that. You understand? True atonement also being sincere repentance, you know, through the act of also baptism. You know what I mean? So, and we know that the high priest, you know, for one, he ain't bringing no animal blood. Two, the Most High never wanted the animal blood anyway.
Right.
I understand when certain people be on that. You understand? I just want to be able to point people to the right, close to the right dates, because also this is what I found out too, Imaz, that when dealing with the Enoch calendar, or some people say the Creator's calendar or something like that, I still notice, just to be fair, I still notice that there's still a few discrepancies with it depending on who them put it out. Certainly, but it ain't much. It ain't a big discrepancy. It'd be like a day off. Like for instance, the Enoch calendar that I sent to Nehemiah that he done sent out. The first day starts this Sunday, not tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's like so if you see, even amongst those that publish the Enoch calendars, they may disagree about a few things, but it really be like a day off. It don't be like major, like 2 weeks later, 5 days later, 3 days later.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I've noticed. I know that some calendars with the Enoch calendar, just I guess it depends on who you get it from. You understand, and how they're counting their days or whatnot. But I would say that the Enoch calendar, 364-day calendar, makes more sense to me.
Right.
You understand? Because I've lived through the disturbing of the years. I've seen it so many times. I've seen men get together and hold councils and argue. Like, no, Passover next month, you know, and you be February, cold as a mug outside. The Super Bowl just didn't happen. You know what I mean? And we talking about the Passover a month from Super Bowl. You like, man, it's crazy, you dig? So just to be fair on that, so I'm gonna have Nehemiah send out the Enoch calendar that we got. But this is what I want to do with the family. I want to put together a calendar committee. All right. Ema, I pray that you'll be willing to be on there, because I want the brothers and sisters on this. All right. I want an equal amount of brothers and sisters on the calendar, y'all. We need to study this. We need to study this for real. You dig? We also need to study the Sabbath, because you know I understand on the Sabbath. Oh, okay. Is it the weekly Sabbath on Saturday, Friday, sundown, Saturday, sundown? Is it Saturday during the day? The Enoch calendar is saying it's on Tuesday. You understand?
Okay. Here's the thing. Like I said in there, when it was only one thing with him that I disagreed on, and that's when the day starts.
Right.
I believe the day starts in the morning. Simple reason. Can't hear you in Nehemiah. I believe that it starts in the morning because it is the sun that governs the day. How you count your days by the sunrise. So if you're counting your days by the sun, and it's the sun going through the portals, you know, it don't make sense for the day to start in the evening time. It doesn't. Right. To me, that's like saying that the new year starts in the dead of winter.
Right. Right. Hey, look, I understand. Mm-hmm. But Imam, if you would be willing to be on this calendar committee that I'm putting together.
I'll be glad to.
I want to attack this as a body. You understand?
Okay, and I wanted to explain something to clear up something with equinox, that day 4. Not only does it end the year, but the year begins on that day as well. Once you see the equinox, once you see it, okay, the old year is gone, the new year is in. And that's what a lot of people don't get. So they say, okay, we're gonna count, we see the equinox, so the next day is the first day of the year. No, it's the first day, the first full day of spring is what the next day is.
Okay.
That's how it goes.
Hey, so is it the same? Is it the same with like all the seasons? Is it a transition date like that? Like, okay, that's when it begins, and then you count day 1. Is that how it works with all the seasons?
Day 1 is counted on the same day. It's counted on the same day. Once the equinox, you see the equinox, you know this is 364 days. The year ended, and it also begins. That's what people don't understand about this. It ends and begins on the same day.
Okay. So the year ends. You're saying the year ends and the next year begins the same day.
The same day, yes. If you look at the calendar that I sent you, you'll see it. You'll see it. And you'll see all the scriptures that go with it.
Right. Well, Nehemiah, you got that calendar, don't you? Unmute yourself. Let me let Nehemiah.
Shalom, family. What it do? What it do, everybody?
What it do?
Talk to hey, Nehemiah. I was just sitting there talking to the wives about you.
Oh, tell them I said shalom.
she said shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, I think this is definitely one amazing journey, if it ain't nothing else. You know what I'm saying? To see into the past in ways we never looked before, to look into the past historically and to see where we at. And then to understand that it makes sense, because it's funny that we doing a class. I was talking to my daughter, my daughter and grandchildren. I had a few of the people over here, and was talking about to them about this calendar, and it's been coming up all week, because like now they say, if they can't reach him or YAH'KI, you know who they call it. Need. So I've been dealing with exemptions, exemption appeals, and calendars all week. And so I've been really sending out that calendar. I think we send it out again. So again, if we don't have your email, then please make sure you go into the description box and email me or Mally to add you to our list so you can get it. But it's going out in a text right now as we speak.
Yeah, see what we need to do, because I think the calendar Ema got is a day off of the Enoch calendar that's in the App Store, I believe, if I ain't mistaken. So that's why I want to put a committee together. You understand? Brothers and sisters is going to take this serious, and y'all, let's attack. And then that way we can decide which calendar we rolling with. You understand? We can be up under the one understanding, and we can study this thing. We need to study the book of the luminaries in that Enoch, chapter 71 on in. We need to study that Jubilees, chapter 6, and the other corresponding chapters, right? And even the scriptures in the authorized Bible. You understand? And come to a solid understanding and conclusion. And let's go ahead and rock and get it done. You understand? I personally believe that this 364 people hit me up now. Mally, let me get the calendar. I personally believe that 364 days in a year makes all the sense in the world. You know what I mean? I thank the Most High, because I've lived through several times on this journey where the topic then came up and men were arguing about when we gonna set these feasts. You understand? Because the years were disturbed. It's been 12 moons. It's been 12 moons since last Passover. So we can, if 12 moons are here, we can already go ahead and start charting out the feast for the rest of the year. You understand? And when we do that, we start saying, hold on, you dig? Like we getting early and early in the year, every single year.
We did this year.
Earlier and earlier every single year. Go ahead,
I'm saying we did this year. You know, we started with the calendar. We got earlier. And in the conversation I was having here, y'all, look, the man spoke it very well in that video. But if you look at the Gregorian calendar, you have to add a leap year to balance it out every 4 years.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And when you deal with the Hebrew lunar calendar, which a lot of us been on all our time in this truth, right? You have to add a 13th month. It's an easy research on this part. Only thing you gotta do is look up discrepancies or whatever it is in the Hebrew calendar, right? So every 19 years, am I right, Kaya? We were talking about that. Every 19 years, 7 of those is 7 times that they'll add a 13th month. In a 19-year cycle, is 7 times they'll add a 13th month to balance it out. And when we read in that Enoch, we understand that when it tells you these 364 days are set in heavenly tablets and they change not. And another thing that made it stick for me is when I was born August the 16th, right? There was a Wednesday at 6 in the morning. The next year was a Thursday. The next year after that was a Friday. So your birthday comes back to your original day every 7 years. You catch what I'm saying? That's how you know this stuff is off with these calendars. All we've been taught was Monday through Sunday. We came into the truth. We realized Sunday was the 7th day, and we just laid everything on top of the Gregorian and the Hebrew lunar calendar, and none really did the study. I'm just being honest. So I definitely, I'm down with the committee and trying to figure out these things to a letter and to a fault. And again, no one camp got all the truth, but I'm telling you, we got enough histories. Because we always say in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, and like y'all said, look, when you also go into the Hebrew writing, when Malaki was saying that new moon, that Kodesh, man, it ain't what you really think it is. So again, you got scribe error. Again, this is what we've been talking about. This whole thing what we talking about. So we have to re-look at everything that we was given by the Levites, this is me speaking, in them 40 years we was in the wilderness. Because all that time, they was dealing with Molech and Sheol. They wasn't dealing with the Most High. So we got to balance that out. What do God really want from us, and what did man give us based off pagan worship and personal belief? Just like divorce wasn't a part of the original plan. How many Israelites through time that put away their women? You see what I'm saying? And it wasn't meant to be. So, hey man, I'm excited. That's all I can tell you. I'm very excited about all this new knowledge. And then it's not by accident that these histories come up and been verified, because listen, none of us 3 been digging in nobody's cave. Neither one of us 3 been digging in nobody's cave.
I'm just looking at the calendar you just sent. This is like mine. They just got their days set up. They just left the Tuesday in the middle.
Oh, so it's the same calendar?
It's the same. Okay, because what they didn't do, they instead of them rolling back the days, it's the same. The days are the same. It's just that they line theirs up different. Because I'm looking at it. Because it says Sabbath, it is Tuesday. Sabbath is Tuesday on mine too.
Hey, so look at the date though, Ima, for Yom Teruah, for the see if that line up.
Okay, wait a minute. There's 16. Okay, today is the 18th. It's kind of confusing a little bit. Okay, because they got first day, second day, third day. Let me see. He doesn't have. Oh wait. Let me see. Let me go. Because is this the first? The first one we look at is March, right? This one is in March. Let me see.
Yeah, so I think on that calendar they got like you got to look at the actual the numbers in the corner or the actual number of the days of the month.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I got to get to where we are. Let's see. because he doesn't have the names of the month or even the number of the month. Let's see.
Yeah, so what I want to do is make sure we put this committee together. Y'all make sure y'all email me if y'all want to be part of that. You understand? And we can start having weekly studies over, you know, it ain't even got to be live, but we can still get on StreamYard and do it without pressing the live button and record it. You understand? And we can just go over these things and get it done.
I gotta find the 7th month. That's what I'm trying to do. You know how to work this calendar, Nehemiah?
Yeah, you gotta scroll. I got one pulled up. I'm gonna share with the family. Honor and humility. We doing the first day of the 7th month this Sunday. If y'all local, we gonna be at Sue Pastor's Park. All right, the atonement the 28th, and then tabernacle is October the 3rd through October the 10th.
Okay, right. See, mine is I got tomorrow for me is Yom Teruah, and then atonement is next week, which would be the 26th and the 27th. You know, then the Sukkot is on the 2nd on my calendar.
Day off. It's a day off. It's just off by one day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We come to the
but this is one I've been doing for years.
No doubt. Look, I want you to bring all the information to the table.
I know about the one that's the day off. That's because, like I said, they count, they do the end of the year, and then they start the next day as the new day, the
Instead
new
of
year.
starting it all at the same time.
They start at the same time.
I got you. I got you on that. I got you on that. All praises to the Most High.
And you know why I think the Most High is done like that? Because, okay, when you look at the equinox, it's the only day that everybody sees this day all over the world, but at different times, because you have the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Okay.
And so I guess that's why maybe, you know, the Most High did it like that, or Enoch, whoever did it, Enoch did it that way. So yes, it ends here, but it also begins here because they're on a whole different, it's another day for them. We're still here and they there. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Okay, I got you. on that. All right, next y'all, I want to share something with y'all real quick. We're going to share that Jubilees chapter 6. All right, I want to show this real quick. All right, and it keeps going into how on the heavenly tablets, this stuff is ordained in the scrolls, on the scrolls in the heavens. All right. So I'm gonna start at Enoch 6. We're gonna start around verse 30. Nehemiah, you got something you want to say, brother?
No, everything is all good over here, man. I'm just making sure everybody getting these messages.
Absolutely, we're gonna get her done. All right, I'm gonna share the screen real quick, y'all, so we can read this. All right. And again, y'all, if y'all want to get down on the calendar committee, we're gonna get her done. We are doing trumpets Sunday around noon. We got the park up here. We're gonna get it done then. Nehemiah gonna send out the dates too. He can put that in there for y'all, just so y'all can understand what we doing. I understand when we doing and how we celebrate. We would love for y'all. We're gonna have a mobile Wi-Fi out there, so we will be live. We'd love for y'all to, you know, chop it up with us, celebrate, and let's get it done. All right. But every week I want to come together with able-bodied brothers and sisters, brothers and the sisters. You understand? And let's go ahead and bring this so we can all be on one accord. Because one thing we agree about so far is that the year is 364 days.
Right.
I think that's undeniable. All right. Now all we got to do is just decide, okay, well, how we gonna do it? And once we decide how we gonna do it, you'll see how these feasts line right up.
Mm-hmm.
They line right up. You understand? And it's a beautiful thing if you ask me. All right. And again, I've lived to see the disturbing of the months and the years. I've seen it. I've seen it so many times. All right. Let me share this real quick, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me share the screen.
Hey, Sally, I think somebody said they emailed you the calendar that Ema has. If it's a link, can you send it to me real quick so I can send it out? I got people like asking for that calendar that Iman's talking about that she has.
I don't. Iman right there. Ask her.
Wait a minute.
She got a physical calendar. Somebody said KFC said he sent it to you in the email.
Okay. I gotta check my email. We'll get to it.
Okay.
Everybody be patient with us. Be patient with us. We'll get it to y'all.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Let's get into this Enoch. I mean, not Enoch. This Jubilees right here, y'all. All right, this Jubilees. All right, the Book of Jubilees from the Ethiopic. All right, Cornell University. This chapter 6. All right, that's what we into right here. All right, I guess this was translated, this one in 1888. I'm going to start at verse like 26 or 27. It's chapter 6 right here. All right, and some people, call this heretic, blasphemy, or whatever. If we can read this and then observe what's really going on out here, then this is lining up with what you see with your eyes. All right. It really don't matter what nobody else got to say. Let them talk. All right. I'm going to start at verse 26. And y'all read this. Y'all read this when y'all get a chance to. All right. This is the Book of Jubilees, chapter 6, verse 26. Y'all let me know. Give me a Yahoo if y'all can see that. Yahoo if y'all can see that. I want to make sure everybody can see what we're doing. All right, but yeah, for y'all that don't know, according to the understanding that we coming into now, the festivals have not passed yet. The fall feast, because a sister hit me up earlier this week, was saying, Mally, they saying that y'all missed the feast. I'm like, no, sis, we ain't missed the feast. You understand? We just on a different calendar than everybody now. And y'all, everybody that's on the Jewish calendar that all the Israelites use, that's the Jewish calendar. All of them got different dates anyway. All of them. None of them agree. All right. I know because in the WhatsApp group that I'm part of, they all argue. Every last one of them. They arguing over when to keep the feast. You did. So it's all good. Just want to let y'all know that. All right. All right. So this is the Book of Jubilees, chapter 6. I'm going to start at verse 26. Hallelujah. Okay. Yahoo. You got Yahoo. All right, it says, and on this account, he ordained them as festivals of remembrance unto himself unto eternity. And thus they are ordained. All right, going into the Most High's festivals. He's talking about a specific festival right here. If we got time, we may scroll back up, but I want to hit this home real quick, right? And they were raised into the tablets of heaven, 13 Shabbats to each, from one to another, their remembrance, from the first to the second, from the second to the third, from the third to the fourth. And all the days of this commandment are 52 Sabbaths of days, and the whole year is completed. So these are going into what's called the days of remembrance. Every season, there's a day of remembrance. All right. So there's 4 days of remembrance during the 364-day cycle. All right, 4 days of remembrance. All right, and all the days of this commandment are 52 Sabbaths of days. Makes sense. 52 Sabbaths. All right, or 52 weeks. And on the whole year is completed. Thus it is engraved and ordained in the tablets of heaven, and there is no transgression. And there is no transgression from one year to another. Y'all, meaning it hit the same days. There is no transgression from one year to another. All right. If you on any other calendar other than 364 days, days are moving. Days are shifting. All right. Days are moving and days are shifting. That right there is saying that this right here is saying that there is no transgression. There is no transgression. It is engraved and ordained in the tablets of heaven, and there is no transgression. All right, from one year to another. And thou command the children of Israel that they should observe the years in this number, 364 days. Y'all, if we've been reckoning our feasts based off the moon, that's 354 days. All right, y'all, all you gotta do is look up how many days in a lunar cycle for a year. All you gotta do is look it up. You're gonna get 354 days. All right. So brothers can say all they want. They can say, well, you know, we don't just go by the moon, we go by the sun as well, because we got the weekly Sabbath and all that. But that's not true. That's not true, because all the feasts that you hold them based off the moon cycles. Look, we know that. It ain't like we speaking something that ain't true. Why, if that's not the case, why are men arguing over the new moon? When it is and what it is. Is it the slither? Is it the dark moon? Some people say the new moon is the full moon. Right? So y'all know that Israel, the Israelites, even the Jewish Zionists, they set their feast days, the days of appointment, based off the moon. And if you're doing that, y'all, that is a 354-day cycle. You 10 days short of the sun. You are. Look, even if you're not using the moon for your weekly Sabbath, because that's how men justify that they don't use the moon only, they use the sun. But trip off this, every feast, and the Shabbat supposed to be a feast. But other than the Sabbath, every feast that is observed and kept is based off the new moons and the lunar cycles. That's the flat out truth. And if that's the case, y'all understand this. Why do you think every few years they got to add what's called a second last month? In Hebrew, it's called Adar Bet. Adar is the last month of the year. All right. If that come around and it's not lining up, that Pesach is going to be the evening of the 14th day of Abib. They add what's called a 13th month, or what's called Adar Bet, meaning a second Adar. Bet is the second letter of the Aleph Bet or the alphabet, and they use Bet at times for the number 2. So Adar Bet, if you hear that terminology amongst the Israelite community, you know, they talking about a second 12th month. And they got to adjust like that or add an extra 13th month because they're disturbing the years. They're not going off the 364-day solar cycle. All right. If I'm making sense so far, give me a 9 up in the chat. I ain't trying to lose nobody. All right. I ain't trying to lose nobody. And I've lived through this. I've seen it. I've seen it. Israel is using the moon. And look, it's not like they don't got the scriptures. There's scriptures that show moon. All right. But what brothers don't understand, all Israel didn't teach the Torah, look at the Torah, and observe it and read it the same way. That's why you had different sects of Israelites. All right. That's why you had different sects of Israelites. Y'all, even when it comes down to the calendar, we got conflicting calendars too. We got conflicting calendars. That's why it's so much confusion. That's why it's so much arguments. But if you stay on a 364-day calendar, it don't move. Y'all, it's more simpler. It's way more simple than what we've been doing. Way more simple. All right. So true about this. And thou command the children of Israel that they should observe the years in this number, 364 days. And the year shall be complete, and the fixed date of their days is fixed. And their festivals shall not be corrupted. Y'all, if it's fixed, that means it's positioned. Why do you think the brother was talking about in the video, the vernal equinox, meaning what marks the springtime, first day of spring, and all the ancients know about it. You understand? Now you got brothers such as Enoch all the way up to their scenes and all them brothers. This is the calendar they kept. It's a 364-day solar calendar. It's not lunar, solar. So yeah, you got it in your Bible, lunar. You know, a lot of scriptures, a plethora of scriptures that point toward the lunar. All right, but the whole point being is that there are conflicting calendars in the Israelite nation. There are conflicting scriptures. All right, it's just come down to what makes the most sense to you. Do it make sense that every few years you got to add a 13th month and you got to have leap years and keep adjusting days? Or do it make more sense that the Most High is not the author of confusion and there's 364 days with fixed dates and fixed festivals? What make most sense to you? And that his calendar don't transgress. That's all it come down to, y'all. Nobody can make you believe anything. To me, this makes more sense. Because I've witnessed the confusion. I've witnessed camps fall out. I've witnessed men who call themselves brothers don't deal with each other no more because they were saying Passover 2 days earlier. And then, you know, and then brothers keep 2 Passovers. And if you was over there with them, don't come over here. And look, it's confusion. It's confusion. All right, so trip off this. It says, and the year shall be complete, and the fixed date of their days and their festivals shall not be corrupted. For everything transpires in them according to their testimony, and they, Israel, should not miss a day or corrupt a festival. Y'all, this is serious. You know, Ador bet, y'all, BET, like we making a bet. All right, Ador bet, B-E-T, not Beck, not Becky. Bet. All right. All right, it's all fixed. It's all, you know, it's not all that motion and moving and you don't know what's what. Nah, it don't work like that. All right. And I know it's hard to be so programmed to be a certain way. And you done learn stuff for so long, and then you know you be like, well, hold on. But even though you be learning certain things and you be teaching certain things, you know there are still unanswered questions in the back of your head that you still, you know, look, I need answers for those. All right, trip off this. So Israel should not miss a day or corrupt a festival. But if they do transgress and do not observe them according to his commandment, then will be corrupted all their fixed dates, and the years will waver in consequence, and also their times and their years, and they will transgress their ordinances. Look at that. Y'all, that's what's happening. Because we're not observing the appointed times according to the Most High's command, right? We've been thinking we've been observing his appointed times, but y'all, it's under the pen of lying scribes and a corrupt priesthood. Man, I don't want to hear that. How you go saying, I mean, how do you reconcile? Say, even if we didn't believe this, y'all, let me show you the confusion. Say we said, well, no, we ain't going to accept Jubilees. We ain't going to accept Enoch. We ain't going to accept nothing else. We ain't going to accept the video, the brother that we just played. We're going to go back to the lunar solar calendar that all the Israelites use. My question to everybody is, well, what date are you going to choose? Because the trip off this, the Israelites who have the same calendar, none of them agree on the same date. None of them. Seldom you'll find 2 assemblies that's keeping the same dates. Exactly. That's how you know. That's how you know it's utter confusion. How you got the same calendar but different dates for the feast? How you got the same understanding about the same calendar but different dates? Make that make sense. Y'all, it's the same way. These men got the same precepts and got different understanding about a plethora of topics. How is this possible? Y'all, where there's confusion, there's the adversary. All right, where there's fire, there's smoke. Believe that. Believe that. If they do transgress and do not observe them, the feast, the appointed times, according to his commandment. Then will be corrupted all their fixed dates, and the years will waver in consequence, and also their times and their years, and they will transgress their ordinances, and all the children of Israel will forget. Y'all, this has happened. That's why when I was reading this today, I was like, wow. I read it a couple days ago. Wow. It hit me like steel. Because I've lived this. I've lived through it. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the paths of the years, and will forget the new moon. New moon, y'all, means new months. When you read the restored name version of this, it ain't no new moon. It don't say new moon in the Hebrew. It say Kadash or Kodesh, meaning new. It don't say Kodesh Yerak, renewed moon. It says Kodesh, meaning renewed. All right. So when you read the restored name version of the Jubilees, it's going to say, and will forget the new months. Not new moon, new months. All right. Again, moon in Hebrew is Yerak. All right. When you got the Sirach, the 43rd chapter, just to be fair, where it says from the moon is the sign of feast. But y'all, the Apocrypha was written during the Greek Hellenization of Israel. We in the book I showed you earlier, it said we was on the solar calendar from the ancient of times all the way up until the 2nd century BC during the Greek Hellenization of Israel, when corrupt Jewish priestly scribes or Israelite scribes brought in the so-called lunar calendar. The Apocrypha was written in Greek under Greek Hellenization. So it makes sense it would be saying from the moon is the sign of feast. So when you read new moon, it's supposed to say, y'all, written in essence, new month. It's new month. That's going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow. What you mean? What you mean? No, there ain't no new moon. Bro, yeah, you read it in English. I'm not saying you're not reading it. You read it in English, yes. But really, when you get down into it, it just means new month. It don't mean new moon, because you never was supposed to be tracking the moon when it comes down to the festivals of the Almighty. That's something that was introduced later under the Greek Hellenization of Israel. And I hope I'm making sense to you. All right, and we'll forget the new months and the Sabbaths and the festivals, and in all the order of the years they will err. Y'all, that has happened. That's why when I read it, I was like, wow. And I've been read it. But you know how you read something finally when you arrive at a revolutionary change in your understanding, and you read something again from a different perspective, it hit like steel. Oh, wait. It hit like steel. Now look at this. And in all the order of years they will err. For I know, and from now on I shall make it known to thee, and not from my heart, but thus is written in a book before me, and is ordained in the tablets of heaven, the division of the days, that they forget not the festivals of my covenant. Look at this. And walk according to the festivals of the heathen, the Gentiles, after their errors and after their ignorance. He said, y'all, this is ordained. The divisions of the days on the most highest earth, y'all, is 364 days. Divided up into 4 seasons, 52 weeks. Right? In every season, there's an extra day. It's 4 seasons, 4 extra days is where you get the 364, which is a day of remembrance. Y'all, that's what's been happening. You look up and we keeping Yom Kippur the same day, or within the shadow of the same day as the Jewish Zionists. keep Shabbat the same day as them too. Oh, wait. He say, y'all, this deal is inscribed on the heavenly scrolls, the division of days, so it can't be altered. And if Israel not going by that, you going by who? Who are you going by? You following Gentiles who know not the Most High, who serve their gods, almighty ones, and walk according to the festivals of the Gentiles after their errors and after their ignorance. 34. And there will be those who will make observations of the moon. Look at this. Because Israelites have new moon services. The same time, look, during last year, I think it was going into December. It was November going into December. One of them, and the new moon came up. Y'all, if you typed in new moon on YouTube, you saw Israelites and you saw witches doing the new moon. Blew my mind. I said, how are these witches doing the same new moon on the same day? All the Israelites laughed. The new moons, the new moons, the new moons. You ain't realizing, you understand, we at the mercy of these translators. All right? Your worship is based off the corrupt and lying pen of Israelite scribes and heathen scribes to propagate certain agendas. This prophecy hit like steel because that's all you hear Israelites do. New moon service, new moon this, new moon that. Meanwhile, from the ancient of times, it was never about the moon, about the sun. And there will be those who will make observations of the moon. For this one, the moon corrupts the stated times and comes out earlier each year by 10 days. Look at this. Look at this. Israelites make observations of the moons. Y'all, all you got, every new moon. Every new moon. It's plenty of camps that's live. New moon service. New moon service. New moon service. Because a lot of cats are blinded and filled with pride. They don't get into the Jubilees, and Enoch found out in Qumran. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah. So how is this prophecy hitting like steel, y'all? When we witness this, we live that. We live right through it. For this one, the moon, hold on. And there will be those who will make observations of the moon. That's what you're doing, y'all. If you're counting the moons to establish your feast, you're making observations of it. For this one, the moon corrupts the stated times and comes out earlier each year by 10 days. And in this way, they will corrupt the years and will observe a wrong day as the day of testimony and a corrupted festival day. And everyone will mix holy days with unclean ones and unclean with holy, for they will err as to months and Sabbaths and festivals and Yobalim, Jubilees. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Frighteningly accurate. Frighteningly accurate. That's the whole Israelite nation. Frighteningly accurate. I don't know, Nehemiah. They might hang me off the Gateway Arch for bringing this out tonight. Everybody's trying to hang a bro off the Gateway Arch. Oh, Honey, y'all, we put together a calendar committee. We definitely gonna study the weekly Shabbat. Absolutely, we gonna study. And whatever we come up with, that's just what it's gonna be. All right, but the calendars Iman and bringing out, and the October Yahoo, and not just them, other people. They're making very, very convincing arguments. Very, 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 very convincing. All right. Now look at this. I'm gonna read that again. And in this way, they will corrupt the years and will observe a wrong day as the day of testimony. Y'all, I'm saying it. And look, even in their era, men are arguing. They can't even agree on the days in their era. Arguing. And a corrupted festival day, and everyone will mix holy days with unclean ones and unclean with holy, for they will err as to months and Sabbaths and festivals and Yobalim, jubilees. And on this account, I command thee and testify to thee that thou shouldest testify to them. For after your death, talking about Moses, your children will corrupt, so that they make a year only 364 days. And on this account, they will err as to new, it says moons, it means new months. All right. He said they gonna corrupt. They ain't gonna make. Look, the year is only supposed to be 364, not 365, not 354, not 364.5, 364 days. Say, look, the prophecy was the Israelites was gonna forget the 364-day year and corrupt it. And because they do that, on this account, they will err as the new moons, meaning the new months, and Sabbaths. We ask now, okay, what days are Sabbath? And fixed times and festivals. It's feast of fix, y'all. And trip off this. And whatever eat, trip off this, and whatever eat blood with all kinds of flesh. Look at that. All kinds of flesh. Wow. Y'all see that? Flesh. Not bad. So even on the days that you err, you already, it's bad enough you already ain't on the right day. You also chewing on dead animal flesh, y'all, and trip off this. That dead animal flesh got blood in it. Now, look, that when I read that, and I've read it before, but when I read that earlier this week, it hit me so hard. It hit me so hard, like, wow, because I'm reading it with a new understanding. All right. And I've done read that plenty of times, and it never hit me like that. Trip off that. And when I read it, and it end with the flesh and the blood, I'm like, wow. Trip off this, y'all. Everything we've been talking. Everything we've been talking. Wow. Nehemiah, Imam, go ahead, you know. If y'all got some understanding so far, give us a 7 up in the chat. Imam, Nehemiah, I love to hear y'all mind on this. Talk to me. If y'all got some understanding so far, give us a 7 up in the chat. Imam, Nehemiah, I love to hear y'all mind on this. Talk to me. If y'all got some understanding so far,
Iman, you gotta mute your background or mute what you're watching on TV. Can y'all hear me? You can hear me? Man, look.
I think Iman paused. Iman, you froze a little bit. But look, we getting 7s up in the chat. People understanding. All right. Y'all, Israel has been keeping the feast wrong. We've been keeping it. We look at how we number the years, how we number the months, the seasons. Y'all, even down to the flesh that's eaten at these so-called feasts. Oh, wait.
Bro, that right there.
Echo.
All right, I'm gonna mute my background. Nehemiah, mute yours.
I don't have no TV on here. Let me see. Hold on.
Go ahead, Iman. You all good? We hear you. We did hear you. You froze a little bit. Yeah, my Chef Sean said we've been hoodwinked so bad. Yeah. Hey, you know what, y'all? But as long as we got the heart and the confidence and the love for the Most High to constantly keep seeking the truth. You know, some people learn new things and fall off and you know, go back to the old man and being something they ought not to be. All right. But to me, y'all, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. To me, this is exciting. I love the journey. Love the journey, love the adventure. You understand? I love it. All right, Enoch, I would love to hear from you. Talk to us.
You're in the show. Okay. All right. That was crazy for me.
I don't know. Hey, you know what, Ima? Maybe you can go out and come back in. Like exit out and then click the link and come on back in if you can. I think your internet connection is tripping. Finesse say she heard this before but couldn't understand it. Yeah, you know what? I couldn't fully understand it either, Finesse. I couldn't fully understand. You understand? But hey, this year, I read that and it hit me so hard. And it's like I seen over the years everything that it was being said. Everything. I seen it, say, wow, look at that. Look at that. All right. The Most High straight is describing. That's how you know that that prophecy is solid. Because if it wasn't, then why are we doing this? Like, why is it that the entire Israelite nation is under that vibration? I say entire, I mean like the majority, 99%. 99%. And y'all, it ended with the eating of that flesh, all types of flesh. All right, so that's even in Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14 that everybody said they can chew on. Nehemiah, talk to us, bro. What you saying, man? Talk to us.
Bro.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Man, bro, look, I'm just reading through some text messages. OTM out the mud. Like, man, he sent me like bombs. You know what I'm saying?
Who sent you that?
Out the mud, OTM. Baruch.
Oh, yeah, what that HICKMAN? I ain't talked to that brother in a minute. How you doing?
He good. He must be in the chat because he just sent me that. Elder Obadiah ben Israel, he said, man, y'all are on the money. A lot of elders, like Ema herself, have been knew this, man. But I know I talked to you earlier this week. That meat thing, that blew it out the water. Because it lines up with everything we've been on. You see what I'm saying? And we have to unlearn everything. Listen, the whole trick of the enemy is to confuse. Right? Because like you said, take away the Gregorian, take away the Enoch and all the other calendars we just not talked about today, and just keep the lunar calendar. You still been off. We can't agree. I mean, we'd be as much as 2 to 3 weeks off with each other. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why, because some keep the full moon. We know camps, you know, out east, they keep the full moon. So between the full moon and the black moon, it's going to give you almost 2 weeks. You see what I'm saying? Just that alone. Then when you're dealing with the fact of the crescent moon, we was all black at one time, and then we was dealing with the first sliver, right? So look, but see the difference between us and a lot of assemblies, what I love about journeying with these brothers when I came across them. I remember I brought Mama up there and said, Mama, I found them. Yeah. But hey, y'all keep my mama in prayer too, man. She's going through a lot right now. Absolutely. But I remember, man, that we had so much of a journey, and whenever we ran across something and more knowledge was gained, we stood on it. We swallowed our pride, you know what I'm talking about? And we jumped on board with thus said the Lord at the best of our understanding at that time. You feel what I'm saying? But it was always a strive to do the will of the Most High. Absolutely. That's the part that keeps me attached. You know what I'm saying? Right where we at. And look, me and Sister Margaret, you see her right here. We talked for a good while all about this Hebrew calendar. You know, so definitely if you want to be a part of the community, in the description, hit Malaki HonorandHumilitySTL at gmail.com. But I'm gonna read this part right here. And at Jubilee 638 toward the end. It says, we will go wrong as to the new moons or months and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals. That's right where we at. Even if we took away all the other calendars and kept the Hebrew calendar, and again, you have to add that 13th month, and that comes 7 times in a 19-year period. And if you look at Enochian, they count over 200 years off. You see what I'm saying? Check this out. And they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Now, you can't say, oh man, well, I ain't literally eating blood, bro. You can't separate meat and blood. The blood makes up the meat. You just can't, it's just what that is. You know what I'm saying? And how true is this? Because at every feast day, the biggest thing they're talking about is cooking lamb or some other meat and how much meat they can bring. We used to have that lamb contest. Remember that? Who made the best lamb dish?
The taste of the lamb.
The taste of the lamb. Bro, we did it.
Lord.
But the reason why, like I said, I love the brotherhood that I'm in or deal with and that I choose to stay connected to is because when we hit something and it resonates in our spirit, and bro, before we bring it to y'all, we shoot it across our own, minds. We shoot it at each other back and forth. And look, I was a kicker just like everybody else was in this room before, it resonated in total harmony. But bro, and then the last feast we had was a what? I remember we did the registration.
A fleshless feast.
It was.
And look,
man.
everybody ate good.
Hey, look, bro. I came up. I said, hey, look. I had said I didn't want a vegan plate.
It wasn't never plant-based at the feast. You know what I mean?
Hey,
and look, we didn't tell nobody. Look, everybody showed up from the short leggers to the grown folk. Everybody was smashing. Hey, you know what I mean? Had plant-based burgers and they whiskers. You know what I mean?
Hey, look. Both of the wives had went and made a plate. I'm like, where my plate, man? Where my lamb at? It ain't no lamb here. But man, hey, look. So all praise. Look, and that's before we was going this hard.
Yeah, that was May 26th, I think it was. It was the Pentecost. It was Shavuot.
Yeah, Pentecost.
Feast of Weeks, based off our understanding. You know what I mean? King Kambu. So we keeping the Shabbat is on too. We putting together a calendar committee. Yehuda B. If you want to be a part of it, email me. And what we gonna do, y'all? We gonna study the whole thing and arrive at understanding. That's it. You understand? And arrive at understanding and get it done from there. All right. But yeah, the last feast we kept, y'all, was the Shavuot Feast of Weeks, and that entire feast, Abdiel was there. Abdiel in the chat on Facebook. All right, Abdiel was there, and look, that entire feast was fleshless.
Hey, boy, I was like,
hey, look, it was crazy because ain't nobody know, y'all. The whole thing was vegan down to the Kool-Aid, baby. Hey, down to the Kool-Aid, boy. Everybody was smashing. I said, boy, I pulled YAH'KI aside. I said, boy, look at this. Ain't nobody even complaining.
I asked a question. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, where my lamb at?
Hey, you probably was the only one. Everybody smashed.
Hey, that food got handled.
Look, ain't nobody even questioned it.
That food got handled.
You did everything that you used to eating at the barbecue, you know, basically there. You understand? So all praise and glory and honor to the Most High. Let me bring Imam back on, man.
Come on home,
the one I asked if we got a new channel. Yeah, I'm finna post that up in there too. Or Nehemiah, you can post whenever. It's all good.
Which one me to post?
Matter of fact, I'm finna do it. The new channel.
Okay.
Here it is. I posted it in there for the.
Yeah, we on a new channel now. So make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe.
We on a new channel. We on Honor and Humility too. It is depending on what channel we on. We on Honor and Humility and the SECT of the Nazarene channel.
All praise.
Nani Yah, that's YAH'KI wife, and came back for seconds. You ain't lying.
Hey, look. Hey, shout out to YAH'KI wives. You know what I'm saying? Anya, because she in the room. Hey, look. Them sisters go really hard at making sure our feet go tight.
Yeah,
them sisters get together. They go scouting for campsites. Them sisters get together and get food together. And poor Annie, she stayed pregnant, so she be moving all around, belly swole. So all praise to the house of YAH'KI, man. They be getting it in. And making sure a lot more families do, but you know what I'm saying? I just know the sisters go hard. And so again, not bad for a bunch of brothers that hate women, huh?
Yeah, so they say.
So they say.
We loves our women's. All right, we love the sisters. All praise it. All right, that's the new channel. I just posted it right there, y'all.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and hit mute and let you bring Imam back in.
I'm gonna bring Imam back on real quick. Imam got something to say. You already know. All right, y'all. That's the new channel right there. All right, Imam, you about to go ahead and spill something on us. We need that. Come on with it. Don't tell me we can't hear you. What the adversary? Hey, what's going on around here? Imam, we cannot hear you. I don't know why your connection jacked up a little bit, I guess. I don't know if it's I don't know if you need to reboot or whatever. But y'all also in the book of Enoch, all right, the book of the heavenly luminaries, it goes through the different portals or the doorways that the sun and the moon go through, and the different seasons and the division of days, which line right up with the Jubilees. We just read the Jubilees, the 6th chapter. You see what I'm saying? So, I heard you laughing. Somebody laughing. Yeah, you look frozen and choppy, Ema. I don't know what's going on. I really want you to be on here saying something. I don't know what the deal is. But in the book of Enoch, the chapter 70s on through the 80s and all, they go into the heavenly luminaries, and they go into like the different seasons and dividing up of the years and all that, y'all. Look, the year is 364 days. All right. If you are tracking the feast based off the moon, all right, then you're gonna come up 10 days short every year. All right. Every 3 years, you're gonna be a month short. You see that? If you're going on 365 days, you're going to add a leap year in there. All right.
No, you know, the one thing was so great, I was going to say about this calendar is that
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with Imam Mike. All right, Nehemiah, you said that one of the brothers emailed me the calendar that Imam got. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Okay, I see Imam. I see Imam Robbie Dobbs in her email list. Okay, got you. We're gonna put this together ASAP. I wanna have this deal before midweek. I want to put this study group together, and let's jump on this, y'all. Let's jump on it. All right, we need to go ahead and make it happen. All right, because I actually have a calendar, an example of the Enoch calendar, but I don't think it's the one. Let me see. All right, let me check. Okay, let's say important mail. Let me go to everything else. See what else we got. Important. All right, hit that. If y'all send it to the Honor and Humility email, let me see. Okay, no. All right, everything else, let me see. Felicia Jones, got you. Felicia Jones, calendar committee, no doubt. Okay, Leanne Yvonne, got you. Kevin Cambro, okay, Mike, watch this video. I can tell me what you get from it. That's the Essene calendar the brother sent me. All right, I'll check that out when I get a chance to. All right. So Ema, you don't have that calendar that you got. You don't got that. She don't got that in the form we can send out. If not, I'm about to pull up this other Enoch calendar, and I believe it's 1 day off from what Ema is saying, y'all. 1 day. But look, we gonna reconcile. We gonna decide as an assembly which one we gonna roll with, and look, we gonna go hard. Let's get it done. Whatever makes sense, make it make sense, and let's go ahead and get it done. All right. All right, so let me pull this up. This one got the dates like so. Honor and Humility is doing it like this. The 19th, we're doing the Yom Teruah, which is the day of the trumpet. The 28th, we doing the atonement. All right. And October 3rd through the 10th, we're doing October 3rd through the 10th, we're doing the Sukkot, the tabernacle. All right, y'all, whoever want to be added to the calendar committee, email us at the email that's in one of the emails that's in there. I got you on camera. Yeah, you on camera. Good, don't be shy now. The Tia Boo camera shot. Come on out here. They see you now. Come on with it. Tia Boo camera shot, y'all. You dig? I ain't turning on my camera so you can walk by. you gonna be stuck in the cloud. Hey, our emails, y'all, is in the description box. Please email us so I can go ahead and make the list, send it over to Nehemiah, and y'all, before midweek, we gonna have us a session. Let's go ahead and get it together, and it's gonna be spiritual. We gonna pray on it, and the Most High guide us. Y'all, we right here. We just ain't. We think we within 1 day. All right, Most High guide us. And we're going to go ahead and make the decision, and that's how we rock it. But one thing we agree on is the 364-day calendar. All right? And look, Keela say, come out of that closet, girl. Yeah. All right, Ema back in the back chat. Let me get her. Ema. I don't know what's wrong with your computer.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Is that her?
Okay.
Not choppy, you can hear me?
Yeah, you choppy a little bit. It's not smooth.
Because I don't want to be.
You choppy.
You know that my internet must be jacked up. Okay. Let me that. Okay, I'm
all right, y'all. So I'm gonna pull up this Enoch calendar that we got, and y'all just let me know what y'all think. All right, let me see where that deal at. Let me see if I can get on down to the calendar dates. All right, and y'all, again, this deal is just 1 day off of the calendar that Enoch got, but we gonna go ahead and get everything together. All right, so let me share my screen real quick. Yeah, with the Yah, what is it? Yah 2613. We going with the 364-day calendar. All right. Every Israelite that's using the moon to track the feast are on a lunar calendar. Even if they claim they use the solar for the weekly Sabbath, they still on a lunar calendar for the rest of the feast. And that's a 354-day calendar. We just read the prophecy in Jubilees chapter 6 that has come to pass. So that means that prophecy is true about the disturbing of the seasons, the Sabbaths, and the feasts, making a holy day or an unclean day a holy day, and a holy day an unclean day. All right. And that the days of the years are 364 days only, and it is inscribed on the heavenly scrolls. So it ain't changing no matter what nobody think, no matter what anybody read, it is not changing. All right. So let me pull this up so y'all can see. All right. Want me to resend the link, Ema? I got you. I'm finna post it back in the chat. And that's for anybody else that want to get on too. Click that link and come on up in here. Holla at your people. Holla at your people. Because I really want to hear what you got to say. All right. Yeah, that's the link to come on the actual platform. It's right there. All right. So let me pull this up. All praise to the Most High Malaki 2613. Absolutely. Absolutely. You understand? And even if y'all, some people like, well, like Emos, the Day of Atonement, and she look at it differently than other brews or whatever. But y'all, whenever we come together, touch and agree, and decide to fast as a group and make our requests known to the Heavenly Father, y'all, we can move mountains. We can move mountains. You understand? We can move mountains. We can break strongholds. We can bind up the adversary. We can wire his jaw. We can call for the sword of the Most High to cut down every plot, plan, and scheme that the devil has sent against you. You understand? So I love to fast as a group, as an assembly. Fasting and in prayer, heavy prayer, banging, binding up forces. Call for the whips and chains of fire for the neck and for the back of Satan and his enemies. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love me some spiritual warfare. Understand? I love that we all praying and fasting and touching and agreeing, and we got to come against a sickness or something like that. We're here to shut it down. You feel me? All praises, glory, and honor to the Most High. So even if you look at it a different way than what most Israelites look at the so-called Yom Kippur, just the fact of us agreeing that we gonna fast together and make our requests known, we can get it done, man. All praises, all glory, all honor to the Most High. Forever live his anointed, beloved Son in the hearts and minds of the faithful elect. All right. All right, so I'm about to pull up this calendar real quick. All right. I want to share this with y'all. All right. And we're going to come together and touch and agree and pray and ask the Spirit of the Most High to guide us into which exact calendar he wants us to use. And guess what? That's how we rock it. No matter what nobody got to say. But when you see, we just within 24 hours. We just within a day. That's it. That ain't going to be hard to reconcile when the rest of the Israelites are going off the so-called, their feast days the same as the Zionist imposters. And it said in that Jubilees about the eating that flesh and drinking that blood. I'm like, oh, wait, boy. Serious business. All right. Let me share the screen real quick. I want to share something with y'all. All right. Y'all bear with it, bro. Y'all bear with it, bro. 1 second. All right. Hold on. I'm tripping. All right. Hold on 1 second. I got you. The share button. I know I know men mad about this one. You got the flesh with something, boy. Wait, you people realize they got to switch up how they observe the feasts and the appointed times of the Most High. Boy, hey, look. Told you, boy, they going to hang me off the Gateway Arch. Yeah, get in line. All right. All right, let's get it done. All right, this one right here. Of course, everybody going to claim what they got as official. It's all good. I ain't here to argue with you. All right, 2021 official Enoch calendar. All right, and this one is by a Gentile believer named Nicholas James Vanderlaan. I believe he has YouTube videos. All right, he got calendar. He has calendar outline, rules, concepts, and commentary. All right. Enoch 364-day calendar. First Enoch chapter 72. The sun, the 12 months, and the 6 gates / portals. All right, the covenant of Noah restored. So you're gonna look through this. Some of the things you're gonna disagree with. You dig? Heathen believe we can be eating broiled fish or something like that. Whatever. But you know, we chew the fruit and spit out the seeds. You know what I mean? We don't chew the meat and spit out the bones. We chew the fruit and spit out the seeds. All right, first month. First month, 2021 to 2022. Sun rises and sets 30 times in the 4th portal. All right. I'm going to zoom in so y'all can see. First month. So you notice this is why this calendar is 1 day off from the calendar that Emah has. 1 day. Okay. Now look at this. This right here. All right. You see the 1, 2, and 3 all there at the top. That's the first day of the first month. Second day of the first month. Third day of the first month. All right. The line underneath that, you got the Gregorian date. All right. In the yellow right here, it says March 20th. All right. The yellow. Focus on the yellow square first. All right. Now, the calendar that Emah has, she said that in that calendar, they actually, the day of the spring equinox or the vernal equinox, they count that as day 1. All right. So March 20th on this, they're saying that basically March 20th is the last day, I guess, of the last month and whatever. But look, right here, knows what it's saying. They're all in agreement that March 20th is the vernal or the spring equinox. Sun in the tabernacle, 365th day of the solar cycle. All right. And they saying, okay, bang, right there. So March 20th is the equinox. All right, March 20th. All right. And that's the equinox. All right. And instead of saying that's the equinox and the first day of the new year, they separate. They separate the equinox, meaning equal days of light, equal hours of light of day and night. The day and night are balanced during the equinox. All right. Instead of saying that is day 1, they say the next day is day 1. All right. Again, y'all, we're going to get this together. Don't worry about it. That right there says remembrance. All right. So trip off this. Basically, the year started March 20th. All right. Meaning the first of Abib. We all know that Pesach is the 14th evening of the 14th day of the first month. So let's go down. According to this calendar, Pesach, Passover, was April the 3rd. I know us that was on the wrong side of the aisle. We kept Passover. What, y'all? What was it, Nehemiah? March 28th or something like that?
Sound about right.
March 28th, I think it was. All right, so April 3rd. All right, will be Passover. Day 1. April the 4th would have been the first day of unleavened bread. April the 10th would have been the last day of unleavened bread. Okay? Let's scroll on down. Remember, when the video we watched earlier says that the vernal equinox or the spring equinox always starts on March 20th. All right? This calendar and the calendar that Emah has agrees. All right? Except instead of combining the vernal equinox with day 1 on Emah's calendar, this separates the equinox and day 1 starts the next day. All right. But again, y'all, we ain't decided this is going to be the calendar or not. What we're saying is we all can agree that there's 364 days in the Most High's biblical calendar. Okay. Let's go on down. All right. So our dates was totally different. I think we did March 28th. All right. Let's go on down. So after the unleavened bread, he got the second Passover on there. Okay. If you missed. 3rd month. Now look at this. Look at this right here. We actually we down in June now. We're finna go into June. We actually kept Pesach. I believe that was like May 28th. It was at the end of May. I know it was at the end of May because the beginning of June we had to go do something. All right. But trip about this. Shavuot was kept. Let me zoom in so y'all can see. Look at that. Y'all see that? The blue square right there. June 3rd. And again, this is according to what's called the Enoch calendar, according to the Book of Jubilees, the 364-day solar calendar. All right. Look at that. That was June 3rd. And notice this, y'all. That's the 15th day of the 3rd month. Wait. Keela said, yeah, that's right. We just watched it. Once the video re-uploads, you'll see it. We just played the Toby Yahoo, 2 of his videos. Toby Yahoo. And he did an excellent presentation and showed that the Vernal Equinox is March 20th every year. This right here is actual calendar you can download. It seems like everybody that got the Enoch calendar that's specified in Enoch and also Jubilee, all of them agree that the Vernal Equinox, the spring equinox, is March 20th, even if they're days or a day off. They all agree that. All right, that's for Zadik Nazarene. All right, but when the video re-upload, just watch the October Yahoo videos. You'll see it. I did an excellent breakdown. All right, Joseph Evans, you asking what about the Shabbat? We putting together a calendar committee now. If you want to be a part of that, email us. Our email is in the description box. A calendar committee will consist of brothers and sisters. We need the sisters' input as well. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and get it done. We're gonna discuss the feast. We're gonna discuss which Enoch calendar we're gonna go with, and we also gonna discuss the weekly Shabbat. All right. Yeah, we got several witnesses, Zadik Nazarene. That's what I'm saying. Like the whole class has been witnesses. So just wait till the class re-upload, then you can go there and do your own research. You'll see it. And we got several witnesses. It's all good. All right, so that's right there is June the 3rd. All right, 2020. June the 3rd, 2021, Shavuot, 15th day. All right, now let's go on down. Let's get into these. Let's get down to the 7th month. All right. Now I know between that we got summer feast as well. All right. What day is this right here? June 21st, summer solstice. I mean the beginning of summer. All right. June 28th would have been the fast of the 4th month. There goes a site for you right there. EnochCalendar.com. There goes a site for you. All right. All right, July 22nd. Another feast, There are 2 summer feasts as well. All right, July 22nd, right there. The Beige Square. First fruits of new wine. It's the Feast of New Wine. Absolutely, it's all good. We always down to chop it up. We learning as well. All good. All right, so that would have been July 22nd. So it's a few feasts we missed. A few fasts too. Fast of the 5th month, July 29th. All right. They even got the order of the priest that would have been in the temple. Going down. All right, where we at now? Okay, 6th month. All right, would have started August the 19th, 2021. All right. All right. And September 9th, we missed that one. This right here was called the first fruits of new oil. So you got during the summer before it turned into autumn, which it'll be so quote unquote autumn or fall within a few days. All right. The end of the summer feast will be called the Feast of New Oil. You got the new wine, then you got the new oil. All right, there sings Nazarenes and them was on a different calendar and observed things a little different. All right. All right. Now let's get into it. 7th month. This one on my calendar, it says September 18th. All right. This right here is September 19th. Y'all, that's this up and coming quote unquote Sunday. If you in the St. Louis area, we're gonna be up at Sue Pastor's Port. You know what I mean? From like noon until. And we gonna sit up there, feast, and enjoy ourselves. Eat lively food, let the short leggers run around, hear some scriptures. You know how we do. Sit down and truly enjoy. All right, but this is the calendar that we had at the time. And, you know, we had to go ahead and pull the trigger and set something, you know, based off the information that we had. So September the 19th, that's this Sunday. All right. Some people saying, y'all missed feast over there on that new doctrine. And I was letting everybody know, no, we ain't missed feast. This is our feast and we on a different calendar. All right. So no, we ain't for never forget y'all. We ain't never forget. All right. We just were saying like everybody arguing over their feasts, and we like, look, the feast according to the Enoch calendar, which the Essenes and the Nazarenes go by, the 7-month feast thing came up yet. All right. According to this, it'll be this Sunday. All right. This says Rosh Kadesh 7, leader 7th order, Yom Teruah, civil New Year or Rosh Hashanah, Remembrance Day of Noah. All right, that's the 19th. All right. September the 19th. Bang, bang, bang. All right. Now, let's get on down to September the 28th, where it says 10 at the top corner. That's Yom Kippur, or the Day of Atonement. All right, so a lot of people doing their atonement tonight. A lot of people did it the night before. Some people doing it tomorrow. That ain't our business. All right. We're adopting a 364-day calendar, which is a solar calendar. All right. Based on what we read in Jubilees, based on what we didn't read in Enoch. This video is just now, but once the video is over, y'all, and it repost, rewatch it. and watch those 2 videos we play in the beginning by YAH'WH'S. YAH'WH'S live in Ghana now. I actually had him on this channel, on Honor and Humility channel, 3 years ago, right before he left America. Yeah, he was he had debated a brother we know over the 12 tribe chart. Yep. The brother was sharp then. Very studious, very studied up. Salute to the brother. That was excellent presentation, especially that second video. I like the second one. All right. On September 28th, 2021, Yom Kippur. All right. Y'all missed the feast. Nah, we didn't actually. We just on a different calendar. And even if we wasn't on this calendar, they over there still arguing, y'all. None of them agree on what day the feast are. None of them. Even that one guy say he the leader of the calendar department and don't nobody in his organization follow his calendar. Oh man, sit down somewhere. All right. Sukkot, Tabernacle, day 1 is October the 3rd. We're gonna go from October the 3rd to October the 10th. Okay. That's the Tabernacle or the Sukkot. Oh, wait. I like how at the top of these deals, they go into like what portal. Sun rises and sets 30 times in this month in the second doorway or the portal or the gateway. All right. This one right here. All right. What is it? What month is this? The 9th month. Uh-oh. Sun rises and sets 31 times in the first portal. 9th month. All right. I wonder if they got dedication on it. They got dedication. Let me see. Well, we know dedication is the 25th day of the 9th month, so that means dedication would be from the December the 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. You have December the 12th to December the 19th or the 20th. But it look like dedication is around December the 12th for us that celebrate the dedication. The 25th day is an 8-day feast. The 25th day is December 12th. You count that as day 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to the end of the 19th day. December 12th through the 19th. Mark that. Nehemiah marked that. That'll be the dedication. That'll be the dedication. All right, that's the 10th month is going down. 12th month. Okay. See what y'all got out here. Let me see. You know, 12th month we do Purim and all that. But I just want to share that with y'all. All right? So it looked like dedication to be December the 12th. The 8th day will be December the 19th. All right, if you count December the 12th as one day. Or day 1, should I say. All right, so I just wanted to share that with y'all real quick. That's the calendar. But again, email us because we putting together a calendar committee and we gonna invoke the spirit of the Most High. We gonna pray and ask His Spirit to lead us into what calendar we gonna use. And then that's what we rolling with. All right, 364 days. Ema's in the back chat. Let me bring her back on. Hopefully we can hear her. Ema.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, messed up. Good, finally. Woo! Anyway, I'm just saying, like, this is an exciting, and one thing about this calendar, the feast days will never fall on the Shabbat because the Shabbat is a feast day unto itself. That's why I could never understand those other calendars, you know, especially during the Shabbat on the Saturday and people would have feast days by that. I could never understand. I never understood that, but now you'll never have to worry about that because every feast is its own feast. So yeah, and I'm just looking forward to what the Most High is going to have us do. Which one he going to pick? If that's what you guys want to rock with, I'm cool with it. It don't matter.
Yeah, I'm just with getting it done. Whatever, however his spirit, his ruach guide us, let's just do it. Y'all look, it ain't too much. Like, we down to just a day. That's it. We ain't even all over the place like all the camps and the congregations. We didn't agree on the 364-day solar cycle. All we got to do is figure out, bang. All right. And we're going to be talking about weekly Sabbath. All right. We're going to be talking about the feast. All right. And, going over the Enochs and the Jubilees and certain scriptures and all that. And let's get it done. You know what I mean? Let's get it done. And yes, I want the sisters involved on this as well. But we need to hear y'all voice. You know what I mean? Let's get her done. Nehemiah, what's up? But Imai, you was about to say something before you start jamming up. So go ahead and spill what you were saying.
I was jamming up.
I'm talking about Imai.
I don't even remember what it was. What was you remember what I was saying? What was I saying? I don't even remember. I don't remember either. Well, anyway, I'm looking forward to, to the journey to continue. That's part of what I was saying. I'm looking forward, and it seems like just about everybody. Yeah, I didn't see you guys did, but I didn't. Yeah, I think we were talking about the Jubilees. I think it was Jubilees, the 6th chapter. If I am mistaken, when he was like that prophecy right there, you blind if you can't see that's coming to pass. That has happened.
That's where we at.
And that proves that what we're reading is true.
And what got me because we were talking about that today, and because we were reading it. And she said, "Did you ever notice that before?" I said, "No." The part about the blood in the flesh, flesh. I had, as much as I have read that, I never noticed that. It never popped out at me till today. I was like, "Wow, all of this goes to, understanding that." Well, like somebody said in the chat, one about that flesh eating, then everything else started opening up. Everything else started opening up, and then I'm just waiting to see what else is gonna come up that we're gonna learn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and it should make sense that it does, because the Most High and the Spirit cannot dwell in temples that are defiled. The flesh of these animals and the blood thereof defiles these temples. You see what I'm saying? We're supposed to be bringing sacrifices and the first fruits of the things we work with our hands from the earth that God gave us. You see what I'm saying? And then what I was doing while I was so quiet, I've been sitting here looking for Psalms to read out on, and I was reading Psalms 95, 8 through 11. Man, that's a precept to that Amos 5, 25 through 27.
Well, we reading that out, brother.
Bro, you cannot make this up. Hey, look, let me read this to y'all real quick, because a lot of the confusion that a lot of our other brothers and sisters are stuck in is what they got from what we supposedly gathered in the wilderness. But in the wilderness, we grieved the Most High for 40 years, y'all. We wasn't making him happy by keeping his feast. We wasn't making him happy by keeping the new moons and the Shabbats. We wasn't making him happy by no sacrifice. We were grieving him because we was dealing with a whole other God, and we wrote that into law and passed it down to all of us. So in the time of Christ coming, we dealing with our land, our culture, our garments, our priests, our temples, our Sanhedrin, and we're still called children of the devil. Even more so, when Christ tell you, I got to give you the spirit of truth and the comfort. You need that. Because what you're going to go through, you're going to need to be comforted, and you're going to need this truth. And I believe we're in a time where we're seeing truth coming back. Because we've been reading these scriptures, and like we all three just agreed, they pop different now. Because you remove the meat. But let me show this Psalms 95 with y'all, 8 through 11. And we know what that, let me give you a quick run of that. Amos 5, 25 through 27 talks about who was you sacrificing to in the wilderness? And God said, basically, it wasn't him. He was dealing with Molech and Sheol. For 40 years, we were gone off. Why David understood the same thing? Check it out.
Hold on, let me pull it up, Nick.
Yeah, 90. Yeah, Psalms 90. If you want, we can read both of them real quick.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna pull it up though, so they can see what we got going on.
And man, it's like Iman said, man. It's like once you got that meat out your system, man, you see with whole new eyes now.
Absolutely.
And if any of y'all want to, Iman, you want to put your email in there or whatever, your contact information. Listen, tap into this mother. She, everything from vegan cooking, garment making, wine making, you know what I'm saying? Look, I've been banned on Facebook for almost 60 days. I told them to kidnap Emar and bring her to St. Louis. they put me in Facebook prison, bro, because I said kidnap Emar. Well, 30 days, but I had just came off another 30 days and went right back. Boy, stay in lockup.
Absolutely. All right, where we at? Psalm 95?
Yeah, start at verse 8.
There it is, bro.
All right, check this out, y'all. For he is our God. I ain't going to try to add. I'm just going to read it so we can see it out on the screen. With Psalm 95 and 8. Oh, yeah, I'm in 7. My bad. Harden not your heart as in the provocation and as in the day, watch what he called it, of temptation in the wilderness. Look what he called it. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my works. Watch this, verse 10. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do what? Error in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Oh, is anybody seeing that different? 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said it is a people that do what? Error or do right? Error.
Yeah.
Hit that Amos 5:25. Y'all, everything that we was getting in the wilderness that we was thinking that these priests was giving us were to the rituals of another god. And look, Malaki ain't even done bringing y'all off them sacrifices and lining them up with the other pagan deities. Look, like we said, look, they jumped off the porch way too quick. We're about Nazarene sect number 31 plus 2.0 plus 5.5. That's a miracle. I'm still sitting here, boy. I had a tea, a smoothie, and now water. Y'all ain't gonna see me for another day. Let me go to that Amos 5, man.
There it is.
Yeah, I got to grab it on my phone. I don't know why I had the hardest time with this app. Why I hit 9? Hold on, bro. I hit the wrong verse. Amos 5,
It's on the screen.
Okay, but you know I'm in the front room, bro. This screen little. I'm gonna upgrade.
Here, I'll read it. I'll read it and you just edify. I'll read it for you.
All right.
Amos 5:25. Have you offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel?
Now, mind you, you're dealing with an all-knowing, all-seeing, all-knowledgeable God. He's not asking this because he has an ignorance level to him. He's asking this to reprove and deal with Israel. Have you offered sacrifices unto me in the wilderness for them 40 years, Israel? He talking to them through the prophet. Go ahead.
Yeah, like why is he asking if it's him that we were offering sacrifices to? If the answer is yes, why is he asking the question? And if the answer is no, then you never had a priesthood in the wilderness. You never offered sacrifices. Or the answer is no, and you was sacrificing. You had a priesthood, but none of that was to the Most High.
Oh, there it is.
It ain't no gray area in it.
There it is.
There's no reason for him to ask you if you were offering sacrifices to him if you was. So the answer is not yes. If it is, why would he ask the question?
Because it would already be a given. And Amos wouldn't be reproving the people. You don't send a prophet into Israel unless there's an error in Israel.
And his error is concerning sacrificing, huh?
Ooh.
So he asked, okay, was it me you were sacrificing to them 40 years? The same 40 years we just read that Israel grieved the Most High and hardened their hearts for 40 full years. Well, surely you were sacrificing, right? So if it either you were sacrificing to the Most High or you wasn't. So if you was sacrificing, why would he ask the question? If you was sacrificing to him, why ask the question? All right, so obviously you wasn't sacrificing. All right, so that means no, you wasn't sacrificing. Either you never sacrificed nothing, no animal, no type of blood was offered. There was never an Ark of the Covenant. There was never a tabernacle. There was never an altar of burnt offering. Either that's what they're saying, or there was an altar of burnt offering. There was a tabernacle that later became a temple. There were altars of incense. There was an Ark of the Covenant. There was tables of showbread and menorahs. There were priests in different courses of Levitical priests, yeah. But the question is, was it to the Most High you was offering the sacrifice? And if you was sacrificing in the wilderness, them 40 years, and it wasn't to him, who was it to?
Let's read.
Verse 26. Nehemiah, I think they might want to hang us off the gateway arch for this one. Huh?
Hey, bro, it's going to bend when they put my body weight on it.
You heard me?
It's going to be the gateway M.
Hey. Hey, brother, I'm going to be dangling. My head bigger than a stop sign, boy. I'm going to be dangling right there with you, brother. I can't let you get that glory by yourself, brother.
Hey, let's break that deal down, bro.
Hey, verse 26. But you have carried or borne the tabernacle of your Molech and Chiun, your images, the star of your God, which you made to yourselves.
Woo, woo, woo. Bro.
Hold on. Let's look at it in another verse. Hold on.
Bro, dealing with gods of Saturn, all that, bro.
Hold on.
Hey, Judah, you know I got to be animated. Brother Judah say, you crazy, y'all.
Hold on. Remember he said, was it to me you was offering sacrifices to, right?
Right.
All right, well, let's go. And the answer is, but you have carried the tabernacle of your Molech and Chiun, your images, the star of your God, which you made to yourself. All these yours. And
for how long?
40 years.
years.
In KJV, you also carry Sikhuf, your king, and Chiun, your idols, the story of your gods, which you made for yourselves. New and Living Translation. No.
That's your answer right there.
Was it to me you offered sacrifices to in the wilderness 40 years? NLT. No. You served your pagan gods.
Oh, wait.
Sakhuf, your king god, and Kaiwan, your star god, the images you made for yourselves. The answer is no, it wasn't to me, but you were sacrificing. Guess to who, y'all? Guess to who? Who we? Slick Willie himself. Slick Willie himself.
Just like he snuck in that garden, he snuck right up into you. You just got right out of Egypt, delivered by the mighty power of God himself. Just to walk right into the wilderness and make a golden calf to Molech, which Aaron never apologized for on no record shown, and then gave you 40 more years of that same pagan worship and tried to put it under the banner of the Most High. And you know it because even when you get to the marriage, and it's not that I'm stuck there, it's just because it shows so clearly what Moses gave y'all was not based on what God gave him to give to y'all.
Right, what they claiming Moses gave.
Exactly.
What they claiming, you understand?
What they claiming,
we all know that Levitical Israelite scribes even corrupted what he taught. Well, go ahead.
Anna, I'm coming to Texas and give you a whooping. That girl said, let me go get me a snack. You got the damn told me.
Well, I might as well go get me a snack since this is not.
Hey, man, we going to Texas to give you a whooping, girl. You going on. Go get me a snack.
Hey, but about this, y'all. The answer is no. Our people weren't sacrificed to the Most. I was sacrificing to Satan. 40 years. That means, y'all, 40 Passovers. Oh, man. Let me stop. Oh, wait. I mean, every feast day in which the priest was at the altar of burnt offering, receiving all his flesh, draining all his blood, it was not to the Almighty. Oh, man.
And if you want to know what was good for us to keep, go by the perfect example of Hamashiach. And you'll know what's good to keep. You know what I'm saying? We ain't saying that everything in that deal is going off. But a lot of that stuff got to be re-examined. That's all we saying.
Now look at this. For this sacrifice, and guess what happens to Israel?
Every time.
Verse 27. Because of this sacrificing that you thought you was doing to me, because of this, therefore will I cause you to go into captivity, slavery, beyond Damascus, or beyond Babylon, saith the Most High, whose name is the Mighty One of Hosts. Y'all, you know what? That's so powerful. But trip off this. I read this the other day. Blew my mind. Right at the bottom of the app. Look at what that say. Look at that. They got a KJV with a crown over the J, right? Look at what this say. At the bottom of the blue letter app on your computer. It says the authorized version or King James Version, KJV 1611 and 1769. What it say in the blue letter, HOC? Look at this. Outside of the United Kingdom, the KJV is in the public domain. Within the United Kingdom, the rights to the KJV are vested in the who, Nehemiah?
In the crown.
Wow. Wow. Look at that. It's owned by the crown. I said, boy, that's right there on the Bible. That's in all your Bible apps. I thought that to be interesting. But y'all, for y'all don't understand the sacrifices that went down to the temple. Look, it even say it in the Nazarene Acts that we kept going into captivity. And the Most High, Peter was taught by the Messiah. He was like, as much as we kept getting conquered and dominated by these forces, and the temple kept being destroyed, and time and time again, our people were supposed to learn from that a people that sacrifice go into captivity, and only a people who show mercy and grace are worthy of freedom. Oh, I know that just made some people mad. But look, that's just what Amos said. Amos is Most High saying through Amos, you're going into captivity for them sacrifices. It ain't going to me anyway. Nehemiah, talk to me. I know you got something to say.
No, I just said it all, bro. All I'm saying is this, y'all. When you look at these calendars, this is what we're talking about today.
Hold on, Nehemiah. I asked, so October is the 7th month. The 7th month starts Sunday, according to one of the calendars that we got. We getting together and going to decide which calendar we're going to go with, and that's what we're going to go with. All right? Anybody that's getting in here late, watch the video when it re-upload and, then ask your questions. All right? The 7th month starts. Everybody thought it already started, but if you're on a 364 solar cycle, the calendar that we going with, they call it the Enoch calendar. We call it the Creator's calendar. You understand? Which lines up, which is not confusing, does not lose days every year, 10 days. Does not have to add a 13th month to it every 3 years. Does not have a leap year. It's 364 days only. If you're not going by that, you're disturbing the seasons. You are making a holy day and an unclean day, a holy day, and a holy day, an unclean day. You understand? And you're going against what's inscribed on the heavenly tablets. What's inscribed on the heavenly tablets is a 364-day arrangement and division of days only. And every Israelite that uses moons to calculate the feast are in grave error.
Yeah.
They're in grave error. We're not saying you're not reading that in the Bible. We're not saying that. Yes, you're reading that in the Bible. You understand? But every Israelite didn't read the Torah, view the Torah, or teach the Torah the same way. That's why you had different sects. All right, the sect that we represent is the Nazarene sect, or aka the northern branch of the Essenes, basically. All right, we want a totally different calendar, a 364-day calendar, going all the way back to the beginning of time, taught by our forefather Enoch, all the way up until the 2nd century BC, when Hellenized, corrupted Levitical priests introduced this lunar calendar into Israel. All right. So we're going with the more ancient, and it's found in Yobalim, Jubilees, the book of Kanuk, Enoch. All right, the book of the heavenly luminaries. That's what we're going with. All right, and it makes sense. I've seen the disturbing of the years. I've seen the arguments. I've seen how you got to adjust. I've been in on them. I've had to teach classes about it. How, okay, no, y'all, we got to push the Passover up another month because the barley ain't growing in Israel. I've been a part of counting moons and all that. All right. So, yeah, you read it in the Bible, is in there, but there are things written in the Bible. Everything written in the Bible is not for you. There are some things that are written against you as a witness for rebellion. All right. There are even things written against your God in the Bible. All right. But the beautiful thing is the Messiah taught his disciples how to properly defend his teachings, even with the corruption. And if you're not getting the breakdown of his teachings from his disciples that he appointed, that he breathed on, that received them fiery tongues through unction and utterance of the Holy Spirit, you are skating on thin ice. You're skating on thin ice. Messiah was the only one anointed by his Father to be raised up and to teach the Torah. Okay, teach the Torah. And he gave that understanding of the keys to the kingdom of heaven to his chosen apostles. Okay, so that's just what it is. If you're not teaching the Torah through the lens of Mashiach that he gave to his holy apostles through utterance of the Holy Spirit, the Spirit of truth, you are in grave error. Grave error. All right, Nehemiah, what you got, brother? Talk to me.
I forgot where I was at. Hold on. Yeah, I lost. But look, you can read that Exodus 20, 25 through 26, just, for edification, right? And it just basically says, wherefore I gave them also statues, right?
Ezekiel 20.
Yeah, Ezekiel 20, 25 through 26. Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts. Makes sense. Because we just read that you were polluting the holy worship of the Most High, because you were sitting there dealing with sacrifices to Moloch and Sheol, and you grieved the Most High for 40 years straight. So he polluted you with your own gifts, and that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I may make them desolate, to the end that they might not know that I am Yahweh.
Oh, wait, boy.
And everybody who claimed they keeping this stuff according to what they were doing, like in the time of Hamashiach, swore that they knew the Lord. They said, we are of Abraham, and we are of the Most High. He said, no, you of your father, the devil, and a murderer from the beginning.
Right.
So you are.
Right.
So it's just those serious points, man, that stick out to me along this journey. Like Iman said, I'm excited too about this journey, and it's a refreshing. Just if everybody just open the book and read through it, everybody will have salvation. That's why people, even some say, well, Lord, what did that mean? You know what I'm saying? Okay, you make it clear for us. So that's just my quick spiel out.
Man, all praises to the Almighty, man. All praises, all praises. Iman, I don't know if you still choppy a little bit, but if you want to try to say something, we want to glean some of that wisdom, talk to us. I like that whole head dress you got on. That looks royal over there. I like the way that look. What you got for us, Iman? No, she probably froze up a little bit. She froze up a little bit. Roger Washington, good question, HICKMAN. He say, Ron Shields said the other, that's the divine prospect. Ron Shields said the other day that the Nazarenes don't believe in the virgin birth. I believe in the virgin birth, and just wanted to know if this is true. First and foremost, man, you always got to go with what makes sense to you. Never force anybody or allow anybody to force you into a belief. It got to resonate with your spirit. That's one. Two, Ron Shields don't believe in the virgin birth. He believed in that Joseph actually did his thing with Mary and all that. Three, trip off this out. That's something that's been argued over. You can go back into all the early church historians, church. Yeah, this has been argued over close to 2,000 years. All right. I believe, as your brother, we need to focus more on the life of Hamashiach and stop arguing over how he was born and conceived. It ain't really, it has no bearings on anything. All right. How did he live his life? Because how he lived his life is the measure in which you're supposed to be striving to fulfill within your own life. You're supposed to be striving to what the Most High say, this is my son dealing with you. This is my son. This day have I begotten you. So either you believe that he was a man you understand, who had brothers and sisters and parents, you understand, that grew to a level of perfection, all right, through prayer, through meditation, through study, you understand, through keeping of the Torah, you understand, pleasing his father, grew to a level so high that the father said, today I have begotten you. That say that right in the Bible. After he was baptized, came out the water, this is my beloved son, today I have begotten you. You understand that he had brothers. You understand, 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Say that in Matthew, say that in Mark, his brothers and sisters are here with us. You understand? Or you believe that, you know, it was the Holy Spirit overshadowed Mary. You dig? He was born, and Joseph was an older man, and he had 6 other children from his first marriage. You dig? But if that's the case, then how was Joseph's children his siblings? Is that the case? They don't share a parent. You dig? But my whole thing is this: however you look at it, because nobody can force you into a belief. All right. However you look at that, the thing is to look at his life. Look at his life, how he lived his life, because his life is the measuring stick for how you supposed to press on toward perfection. You got a commandment, regardless of how he was born. You got a commandment to be perfect. You got a commandment to be holy, set apart. You got a commandment to be like him, to where the Most High come deal with you on that same level. This is my son, or if it's a woman, this is my daughter, the day I have begotten. You understand? Meaning he achieved a level of perfection, and the Most High decided to anoint him from on high and deal with it. But either way, like, I don't see the, I'm saying this, I don't see the need of arguing over it anymore. I've argued over it for 16 years.
May I add to that?
I've argued over it for 16 years, but the whole deal is to focus on his life. Focus on his life and how he lived. You understand? Because everybody that's listening is charged with becoming him. Because he's the ultimate example of perfection. I yield the mic. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, but just real quick. Again, building off what you had just said, I'm gonna handle it like the Messiah handled it. If he's the example of how we should live, right? There's nothing that he ain't come across that we can't use and get an understanding out of. Give you an example. Give me real quick that John 1:45. And then, you know, we're going to hit that other one, John 6:42. You hear me? And look, I deal with it the same way Messiah deal with it. And that would be my answer. And I'm going to show it. We're going to go John 1:45. And this is my advice to anybody else. Because, again, we have tons of videos, debates over the years of dealing with this topic. But another thing, too, a lot of this stuff is going to keep us separated. What we own will actually bring you together and get you back to listening to the voice of the Most High. You feel me? So we know the characters of this story are Philip and Nathaniel, right? Didn't these men receive power from on high? Roger, I want to ask you too, Roger, to give me a few seconds to hit 2 verses, right? A few, you know, 2 things to deal with it the way Messiah deal with it, right? So read that for me, Malaki. That John 1:45.
The book of John, chapter 1, Brother Roger say, thanks, brother. I'll pray to the Most High. I'm glad to see that this true gospel is reaching the and well, I'll praise it. I'll praise it. All right, John 1:45. Right in the Bible. Who background is it?
Yeah, I don't know who background it is. Emma, can you mute your mic? Try now, Malcolm.
All right, John 1:45. Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him, of whom Moshe and the law and the prophets did write, Yahushua the Nazarene, the son of Joseph.
Now watch this. We know that Joseph was right there. I mean, Jesus is right here in this story, right? And Jesus did not even sit here and even try to correct them. They went and said, look, we found him, right? Like, read 47, just read the whole thing, just read 47.
46, and Nathanael said unto him, come, can there any good thing come out of Nazareth? Philip saith unto him, come and see. Yahushua saw Nathanael coming to him, and saith unto him, behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile.
Wow. So we see that Hamashiach heard or understand that this is how Israel perceived him, as the son of Joseph. He never rebuked one person on that mindset. But we know he's the son of the living God. We know that he's begotten of the Father. But I'm going to approach it the way Hamashiach, he never rebuked nobody on that.
Roger,
You might have to mute your phone again. Mute your mic.
Give me a
Yeah, your mic. We hear your background.
2 verses, right?
All right, and then give me that John 6 real quick, bro.
John the 6th chapter.
Yeah, and like 42. I'm just going to the meat verses, but I just want our people to see when Jesus or Yahushua was engaged in conversations or even, dealing. Unless you was there and you had a witness to see Gabriel talking to Mary and Gabriel talking to Joseph, that was a private matter between them. So all of Israel would have probably thought that Joseph was the biological father.
Absolutely.
That's what they would have thought.
Absolutely.
So Christ did not rebuke them, so I'm tired of rebuking them. We've been doing that for over a decade. I just want you to see, and again, these things pop out different. So check it out. Hit that 6, you get 6:41 and 42.
John 6:41 and 42. The Jews then murmured at him because he said, I am the bread which came down from heaven. Oh, boy.
So that shows you he's tapping himself back into his divinity.
Absolutely.
I am him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all, even when you read the Nazarene Acts, when Peter is talking or schooling them about the Messiah talking to Abraham in Genesis the 18th chapter, Peter admits that the Messiah taught him that he is the prophet of truth that came and revealed himself to Abraham before the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. And after that, he disappeared back into the invisible abode, into the spiritual realm.
Hey, Malak, I apologize. Imaz might keep unmuting itself automatically, and that's where that feedback comes from.
I don't know what you want me to do.
No, just mute him. That's all.
I tried to mute him, but it ain't. I got in the back check.
Okay. And we'll bring it back after this, and I'll go.
I'll be y'all beats. When you get into that Clementine homilies and the Nazarene Acts, it goes into how the Messiah, that spirit that resided on him and in him and all that, that's eternal. That's from the beginning. And Peter and them was taught that the Messiah was revealing himself all throughout what we call the Torah or the Tanakh and all that. You understand? So, it don't take away from his miracles. It don't take away from his divine nature. You understand? It don't even take away from none of that. But us arguing, the point being is this: us arguing about that, we
do a disservice.
We take away the time that we could be putting into perfecting our walk. You both be perfecting. And look, you on a clock. Hourglass is, the last grain of sand about to slip through the hourglass, and we still arguing about how he was born instead of us putting on him and taking on him and, taking on his doctrine, eating him, taking on his doctrine, in other words, striving for perfection. Striving for perfection to where the Most High can say to you, today I begot you. We arguing over, we need to focus on his life, living a perfect, blameless, righteous life. We arguing over what he was born for, and they've been arguing over. Look, I got all the so-called church fathers before Nicaea and after Nicaea and during Nicaea, y'all. They've been arguing over how he was conceived close to 2,000 years. And there's multiple, some say Joseph spawned him or sired him. Some say he did. So if this has been an argument, what are we arguing about then? How about we focus on his life? All right. John 6:41.
Read again.
The Jews then murmured at him because he said, I am the bread which came down from Shamayim. And they said, is not this Yahushua, the son of Yosef?
Uh-oh.
Whose father and mother we know?
Stop right there. So again, just edification of y'all, because sometimes a person asks a question, but the crowd needs to be edified. So you'll know how to correctly deal with this. Christ right now is dealing with Jews, a group of Jews, right? We don't have to disclose numeric number, but he's dealing with plural. He's dealing with Jews, and he's talking to this group and telling them he is the bread that came down from heaven, right? Also, they go and reply, is this not Yahushua, the son of Joseph, whose, watch this, father and mother we know? Christ right there could have rebuked them. Let's just follow the next two verses and see what Christ say, 2 or 3 verses. And none of them verses in the red letter is he rebuking any of them for as supposing him being the son of Joseph. Let's read.
43, Yahushua therefore answered and said unto them, murmur not among yourselves.
See, so you know it's plural. Yourselves, Jews, plural. He's talking to a crowd. He said, don't murmur. He could say, right, don't murmur. I am not Joseph's son. I came from heaven. I am manna. I am not Joseph's son. He could have did all that right here and there. Let's read what he said.
No man can come to me except the Father which have sent me draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day.
And look, you can keep on reading. He never rebuked the Jews or anybody else for saying that he was the son of Joseph. That would have been the thought, y'all. To be honest, that would have been the thought. Because what happened with Mary, Gabriel, and Joseph and Gabriel, those are private interactions. That's why Joseph wanted to put her away privately. Because he didn't want her to get stoned or nothing like that, right? Or killed. Or bring shame. So again, he didn't rebuke nobody and trip off of it. So at this point, I refuse to go into all them long, endless genealogies about da 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 da.
Right.
That's just my strong stance, and I believe my brother as well strong stance.
Yeah, let me add on to that. Teaching at Nazareth. Watch this, y'all. Watch this. Mark 6:1. He went out from thence and came into his own country, and his disciples followed him. And when the Shabbat day was come, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many hearing him were astonished, saying, from whence have this man these things? And what wisdom is this which is given unto him, that even such mighty works are wrought by his hands? Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James and Joseph? So you got Yaakov, Joseph, and of Yahudah and Simon. You mean tell me he got 4 brothers? You either gonna hold to, I'm sure about this, and are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. Now, when you get to the Gospel of the Nazarenes, he had 2 sisters named Lydia and Asia as well. All right, y'all. So without him, those are 6 siblings right there. So you mean to tell me he had 4 brothers and 2 sisters? Now hold on. Trip off this. If you hold to certain church tradition that was written down after he was born, after his death, certain church tradition says that Joseph already had 6 children by the time he married Mary, who was a teenage girl. He was an old man. But y'all, if we believe that, then guess what? He didn't have no brothers and sisters. If we believe that Joseph already had 6 children, didn't lay with Mary to conceive the Messiah, and that basically he's the youngest child. Y'all, they don't share a parent. Joseph ain't his father, and Mary ain't their mama. How do he got brothers and sisters then? Or we gonna say, okay, it was a virgin birth with him, and then after that, Joseph sired 6 children with Mary. Or Joseph had 7 children with Mary, including Mashiach.
It is an option.
Those are your options. And now, when it comes down to it, y'all, what make the most sense to you? That's all it comes down to. Malaki can't make you believe a certain way. Because even if I explain it, still in your spirit ain't going to rest as if you got an answer to your question until you hear something that resonates or makes sense to your spirit. Again, these are your options. Joseph had 6 children from a previous marriage. All right? Never touched Mary. Messiah was born. All right? Meaning the 6 children that Joseph had from a previous marriage are all older than the Messiah. He the baby boy. But guess what? If that's the case, then those aren't his brothers and sisters. Why? Because they don't share a parent.
And that's where that doctrine part for that would fall apart. Because we know, according to culture, you have to be born in the same family to be considered a sibling. Or at least born by the same father, let me say it that way.
Right. Now you in the Western world, stepchildren and all that. Y'all, you realize you come from a culture where fathers were around. Like, there ain't really no such thing as stepfathers, and it not really, not in the scriptures.
And look, go to the 12 tribes of Israel. Those are 4 different women.
A few situations, but I'm saying 12 tribes of Israel, ain't none of them. All of them come from Jacob.
4 different women.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those aren't stepbrothers, though.
Those his brothers.
Yeah, those aren't stepbrothers. That's somebody that you grow up with. This is Western culture. Somebody you grow up with, but y'all don't got the same parents. Your parents are in a relationship, but y'all don't got the same parents. Technically, y'all not brothers and sisters. All right, biblical language wouldn't have been labeling them brothers and sisters if they didn't share parents. That's my whole point. That ain't biblical. It's not biblical language. All right, your other option. He was born of a virgin. All right. Joseph didn't lay with her for the Messiah to come forth. After he came forth, he laid with her, like it say in Matthew 1:25. And then after he laid with her, he also sired 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. All right. Well, in that case, they all would share Mary as a parent, correct?
Correct.
Well, those would be his brothers and sisters because they all got the same mama. These are your options, all right? Or Joseph and Mary sired all them children. 5 sons, 2 daughters, out of which one was the Messiah, Yahushua Mashiach. Another was Yaakov HaSedek, James the Just. Another one was Shimon the Zealot. They had a cousin named John the Baptist who was radical as hell as well. And they just, you know, that's just what it is. Those are your options. But when you're done talking, y'all, it's like this. Focus on this life and achieving perfection. And it only comes down to what make the most sense for you. All right? I got one more I want to show y'all. Second witness about him having brothers and sisters. All right? Yeah, brothers and sisters. All right, in order to be a brother or a sister, my point is you got to share a parent, biblically speaking. All right, we got this step language, y'all. That's Western culture. That's Western culture. All right. Really ain't no such thing. All right, Matthew, where is that, Nehemiah 13? In the 13, yeah. There we go. All right, Matthew 13, second witness. 54 and 55. What does it say, Nehemiah? Can you see it?
And when he was come into his own country, he taught them in their synagogue. Insomuch, notice they say in their synagogue, insomuch that they were astonished and said, whence has this man this wisdom and these mighty works?
Right, 55.
Is not this carpenter's son? Is this not?
Is not this the carpenter's son? So that's another one they call him Joseph, his father. Is not this the carpenter's son? Go ahead.
Is not his mother called Mary? And his brethren, James and Jose and Simon and Judas.
And y'all, that's Jude. Judas is Jude. The book of Jude before the book of Revelations. That's Jude. That's Yahudah or Jude. Remember, he say Jude, the brother of James, servant of the Lord. You got brothers, man. You dig? And I personally believe that he come from a family of revolutionaries that shook up this entire Roman Empire, shook up the world. And what the Romans did was romanticize his teachings. Romanticize his teachings, romanticize his story to propagate and fit the agenda of the fourth beast, which is Rome. All right? And I'm saying that because all these brothers were murdered violently. Lots of them. Messiah murdered. Yaakov HaSedek, James the Just murdered. Simon, who took over after him, the leader of the Nazarenes in Jerusalem, murdered. John the Baptist murdered. Peter murdered. Andrew murdered. Most of the disciples murdered. And they realized that you can't control or destroy this movement through violence. So they controlled it through information. That's what happened. I believe these brothers were very, very radical, very zealous for the original teachings of the Most High. The Messiah was the one anointed. He come from a family of brothers who was raised in this way, who were very zealous, very strict, very disciplined, never chewed on flesh, never was throwing strong drink down their throats, was totally dedicated to the upliftment and the teaching of the original teachings of the Most High. You understand? And went hard body against the establishment and was murdered. And I personally believe it is an honor in these last seconds of these days to be a recipient and to finish or to continue in the same footsteps that these brothers started 2,000 years ago. That's what I personally believe. I believe their teachings were romanticized. I believe the story was romanticized. You understand? And for the most part, the nation of Israel has not embodied his actual spirit and essence. You understand? Which is a very radical, zealous, highly disciplined spirit that's totally against the status quo. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Verse 56, and his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then had this man all these things? And they were offended at him. And Yahushua said unto them, a prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and in his own house. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. All right. And y'all, and I'm saying this because when you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was dug up, you understand that Rome, that war with Rome was a messianic war. It was a messianic war. Them brothers were way more radical than you know the information that we've received. Way more radical, way more disciplined, way more of a threat. All right. That's just my personal, based off my studies and all that. You did. Nah, this situation was way more against the establishment than what's portrayed. Totally against it. Totally against it. Against what the priests and them was doing in the temples, against the Roman tax collectors, the Herodians. You understand? Totally holy. Totally with this whole life, dedicated, disciplined, determined, and you understand, for that was murdered. So it's an honor to be a recipient of that spirit. You understand? That would and be a participant of this movement that was kindled over 2,000 years ago, and that the powers that be tried their best to destroy out the earth and to control with information. It's honor. Nehemiah, give us something before we close out.
We can read that Psalms 95 in whole.
Okay, all praise. That's right. Yes, it was a messianic war. And them zealots went super hard. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. But you know that the militant faction of these scenes was the zealots, the Sakari zealots. Walked around with daggers and swords. That was the militant faction of them. You did? All right, y'all. So all praises. We about to pray on out. All right. Again, if y'all want to be a part of the calendar department, or you know the calendar assembly, let's do that. You know what I mean? Let's make sure we do that. Y'all email us. Let's make sure we study this no later than midweek. All right, Nehemiah, real quick, if you can, post the dates that we doing the feasts. Because everybody else already entered theirs. We explained in this video why we doing what we doing. All right. Honor and Humility is on a 364-day solar calendar. All right. We're no longer using moons to reckon the feast of the Most High. That's going to piss off a lot of people. That's going to call us heretics or whatnot. But we don't care. Whatever. All right. BIBs. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Abiyah. All praises. Hey, look, it's an honor to be on the team. And look, we here to serve. Also, y'all, any prayer requests, make sure y'all email us as well. All praise to the Most High, brother Gabar El. Our brother Gabar El out of KC. You know, the brother was on his deathbed. And you know, the Most High, you know, I ended up calling the brother. Hey, look, get on up. We ain't going for none of that. No, we did went over a few scriptures, and you know, we was on the phone, we touched and agreed with the brother, and you dig, hey, COVID, the so-called boogeyman, bound, cast down, and destroyed. Got the victory. The power of prayer is real. All right. Y'all ain't even more real now that you cleansing these vessels. Them prayers dropping like nuclear bombs. Them prayers are dropping like nuclear bombs, striking like steel in these hours. You understand? Even more so that you purging these vessels and dedicating your vessels completely over to the Most High. All right, them prayers are working like ugh. So we want to give honor and praise to the Most High. That brother was on his deathbed. He had all the little symptoms of the boogeyman, and you know, hey, you know, we sent out his testimony earlier today. We give credit and praise to the Most High, not to any of us. We just as vessels, all right? But any plague or sickness you're dealing with, you can be delivered from it. All right, believe that and know that. All right, so all praise, glory, and honor. Y'all see that? We doing trumpets this so-called first day, 9:19. We doing atonement, 9:28. All right, and we doing tabernacle or Sukkot, October 3rd through October the 10th. For anybody or any naysayers, shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. All right, any naysayer, oh man, y'all talking all that and y'all forgot the feast. Now we on a 364-day solar calendar. All right, our feasts start 2 weeks after everybody else's. All right, they're on a lunar calendar. Don't let nobody tell you they not. They are. If you're using the new moon to track the feast of the Most High, you are in grave error. You are on a lunar calendar. What you mean, we got screwed? Yeah, we ain't saying you're not reading that in the scriptures. All right, we're saying the solar calendar was in use from the beginning of time all the way up to the 2nd century BC, which is the Hellenization of Israel. All right, that's what we're saying. All right, and the lunar calendar disturbs the seasons. There are no fixed days. There are no fixed fixed weeks, no fixed days, no fixed festivals. You always got to reset and add 13 months or have leap years and all that. That's because it's not in harmony with the Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father has ordained the division of days on the heavenly tablets. All right, and that prophecy in Jubilees proves it's true. It proves that prophecy in Jubilees, the 6th chapter, verse 27 on down, is beyond true. You know why? Because we can witness it today. I've witnessed that. I've witnessed it. Keela, if you want to be part of the calendar committee, email us so we can put you on the list. And y'all be going to get a study in, later than midweek coming up next week. We can be right here on StreamYard. It ain't even got to be live. I just email y'all the link. Y'all come on into the room and let's study and get it done. Let's share what we got. All right. All right.
Yeah, but we also got to be conscious of this too. How we know we in that prophecy of Jubilee 6, and even Isaiah, in the Bible, listen, times, laws, seasons, right? Mm-hmm. Because Sukkot, usually, if you kept it of times old, we'll be in them fall months. It'd be cool as that deal outside, don't it, bro? Mm-hmm. Man, it'd be cold out there. You hear me? Why Sukkot this year fall in September? Next week. Yep. Not in October like it normally used to.
Bro, it start the day after we do trumpet. It start the 20th. September.
So again, if it's saying seasons, you still in the summer season.
Bro, it ain't even technically fall. It won't even be technically fall yet.
Exactly. But you calling it a fall feast.
Yep.
You see where I'm at clearly.
Absolutely.
I just want our people to see it.
Yep. Daniel 7:25. That's right, brother Judah. Daniel 7:25. He shall think to change times and laws. All right. All right. So let's get her done. Shemuel Israel, email us so you can get on the calendar committee, bro. Let's study it together. Yeah, the lunar solar calendar. That's the actual calendar that all the Israelites are on the lunar solar calendar. That's the Hebrew calendar, the lunar solar calendar. All right, they try to combine it. But yeah, Shim, you email us. Look, we'd love to have your input. Let's get it done. Let's get it done, brother. All right, go ahead, Nehemiah. You going to pray us on out? Let's get her done.
All right, we're going to read that Psalms 25. All right, Psalms 25 with the Most High's commission. Oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with psalms. For YHWH'S is a great Elohim, a great king above all Elohim. And in his hands are the deep places of the earth. And the strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. O come, let us worship and bow down, and let us kneel before YHWH, our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart, as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do error in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Verse 11. Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Hallelujah. Selah. Yahoo. Amen. Scriptures hit a whole lot different lately, boy. Them scriptures be hitting a whole lot different lately.
Absolutely. But y'all look, peace, love, light, and healing to the faithful elect, and also balance. You know, that's a problem we have in Israel, is a lack of balance, man. Especially amongst the brothers. I'm just calling what I see the lack of balance. And because the lack of balance, we out here leaving a path of destruction, man. All right? Like, look, us men is on us. It's on us. We gotta defend our women. We gotta defend our children. All right? We gotta set the tone for that atmosphere of safety and righteousness. You understand? And encouragement. We gotta set the tone, and even when our women's feeling down and our children feeling down, to encourage them and pick them up and let them know I'm always there for you. All right. Sometimes we gotta go ahead, and even if it's some type of anger and y'all ain't talking for a minute, sometimes you gotta be the one that go ahead and kick that conversation back off. All right, that shows strength, man. That don't show weakness. That shows strength, actually. Because if this thing fall, or if it's successful, guess what? You're gonna be blamed regardless. Whether your house fall, all right, or whether it prosper, you the one that's gonna be pointed at. All right. So me as your brother, I'm just, always peace, love, light, and healing. But we gotta add balance into there. So a lot of brothers is drunk with power. You understand? Drunk with power. And I don't be seeing the balance. All right. Sometimes you Negroes gotta deflate. You understand? Deflate and be the one to bring healing to the path of destruction you done left all over the place. Swallow that pride, let it go. You understand? And heal your kingdom. All right? Heal your kingdom. That's your kingdom. Your family is your kingdom, your tribe, your nation. All right? And never let the devil, you can't be ignorant of his wiles. Because he actually prospers off your lack of communication. All right? Conversation got to be had. It just got to be had. Get it done. All right, so that's just my words of encouragement to the brothers, man. They stand strong. You feel me? But look, never cut off that communication. That communication is vital. What if the Most High cut off communication with us? We finished. Even if the woman acting like, you know, y'all in the same house, walking past each other, ain't saying nothing. You understand? Nah. Later for that. You dig? There's a lack of balance in the nation. It ain't balanced. You're so masculine, but the Most High is balanced. The image of God made he them, male and female. All right. When you look at his name, the 4 letters that make up his name, YHWH'S, it's 2 masculine letters and 2 feminine letters. He's balanced. All right. So how about we, you know, become balanced like our Father, man? All right. We need that bad. Like if it's out of balance, it's out of order, it's not harmonious, and you know you looking silly out here. Open up your mouth, you know, even if the woman acting as if like I ain't gonna say nothing, I'm mad or whatever. Conversation got to be had. Open up your mouth. Stop acting like you so, you know, high on your horse. You understand? And look, you'll rather your kingdom fall and come up under destruction instead of opening up your mouth and bringing a remedy to the situation. Remember, whether it fall or whether it succeed, it's all on you. Speaking to you men, it's all on you, man. You understand? Operate and regulate like the image of God you was made in. Remember this. God either gonna do it or he ain't gonna do it. Whatever he do, he's gonna do. Whatever he say he ain't gonna do, he ain't gonna do it. But what's on you in the end? Look, no emotion get in the way of God. No emotion. So in the end, you ain't gonna be able to blame your children and your woman. And the woman, you know, mad at me, you know, and she talking, and I can't focus, bro. Look, God either gonna do it or he ain't gonna do it. Ain't you made in the image of God Almighty? Yeah, you are. You're in his image, correct? All right. Well, adapt his attributes. Adapt his attributes. What God say he gonna do, he do. What he ain't gonna do, he ain't gonna do. Regardless of who don't like it. All right? So get that done, man. And apply that balance, right? And heal these houses. Because ain't no healing no nation of Israel if these families broken. Ain't no healing these, look, ain't no healing of no, because families make up the nation. Ain't no healing of no Israelite nation with all these broken families out here, man. None. Especially in this so-called COVID-19 world. I know you don't want no other Negro to be the main influence over your children. Are you serious? Nah. I know I'm not having it. I'm not having it with mine. No. They gonna understand that Pops get on the phone, look, he coming. That's just what it is. You did. So bring the balance, open up your mouth, repair the breaches, heal these families. Let's heal this nation, man. You dig? And the key ingredient is missing, y'all, balance. I'm talking to the brothers, you know what I mean? And you know, when you understand, once you get yourself together, you balance out. Go outside, meditate or something, man. Balance, quiet your spirit. You understand? And realize whatever the Most High put in your spirit to get done, get it done. It don't matter who don't like it. You know, if the Most High put it on you to get it done, you got to get that done. All right? And the main tool the enemy gonna use to destroy your family, all right, is the lack of communication. Open up your mouth. Yeah, some conversations are uncomfortable. I know some conversations are uncomfortable. You may have been in a dark place, like some of us not that long ago. But the conversation got to be had. Had a conversation, heal on up. You understand? Operate and regulate like the God you were created to be. In the image of God made he him, male and female. You understand? Sincere repentance is in order. All right? Get yourself together, man. Balance. Peace, love, light, healing, and balance to the nation. All right, love y'all indeed and truth. Strap up, back up. Nehemiah, you got something else? Me and mine probably ain't even on here no more. All right, y'all. Well, look, love y'all indeed in the truth. You understand? Y'all willing, we right back up about another 12 hours or so. And, you know, we going to break bread with the fam. Then first day of the week, so-called first day of the week, we're going to be out at the spot from well over 8 hours. Just, you know, fellowshipping and watching the children run around and, you know, of course, in the scriptures and prayers, and just enjoying life and enjoying the Most High. And, you know, we had a mobile Wi-Fi out there, so hopefully we'll be live. And, you know, it'd be good to see y'all in the building no later than, quote-unquote, Wednesday of next week. Let's have that calendar committee together and already get our first study on. And, you know, let's have fun tracking these days and getting deep into these appointed times. You understand? So email us, let us know. Love all y'all indeed in the truth. Y'all willing. Talk to y'all soon and later. Pray for us as we continue to pray for y'all. All right, strap it back up long as it can, y'all.